Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us, the patience to have us start late a little bit. We had a closed session that went a little bit long, but to get us ready for the meeting, we'll have Councilmember Francis lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, we often get to start off our meeting with something fun, which today we have a proclamation of Convivencia. It was a celebration that Vice Mayor got to provide the proclamation in person on Saturday, but today we're going to be able to provide the proclamation in person. So I'll go ahead and read it off, and then we'll have some people come up and accept it. So whereas the United States was founded on the principles of religious freedom and pluralism, religious tolerance and the peaceful coexistence of diverse faith communities are core American constructs. For many Americans, their religious beliefs are essential impetus to promote virtue, serve their fellow citizens, and benefit society. Several faith traditions share common roots and key figures. Each faith community seeks the divine through their own unique beliefs, rituals, traditions, and celebrations. Despite these differences, all faith communities strive to do good, prevent harm, protect the vulnerable, and serve those in need. Unity between people of faith does not require uniformity of belief or faith or practice. And since 2023, the Muslim community in San Luis Obispo has hosted a yearly observance, Convivencia, Living Together, as an opportunity to invite neighbors from diverse faith groups to meet and get to know one another. Convivencia promotes fellowship between different faiths and the philosophy of unity in diversity. This year, the Convivencia celebration was celebrated on Saturday, August 16th. This is not a celebration of a religious holiday that aims at its founders or to draw people, of its founders. It is to draw people together of diverse faiths to celebrate our successes in religious tolerance, learn from one another's best practices, develop friendships, and see goodness in one another. Now, therefore, I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, proclaim that henceforth, the third Saturday of August each year shall be officially recognized as Convivencia in San Luis Obispo, California. So I am inviting Dr. Rushdie Abdul Qadir with his friends to come to the podium and accept the proclamation.
Mayor, Your Honor, and all of you, I would like to thank you. You were all invited. I understand not everybody could make it. Michelle was there. And I wanted to say that Convivencia is about coexistence, and it's so much more than tolerance. As I mentioned during the Convivencia event, we can tolerate a bee sting, but we don't like it. And when we think about the analogy of a bee is a creature that pollinates flowers and creates beauty. And from within it comes honey, a sweetness. And this is what I've come to see over the years in these various faith communities. I wanted to read just one thing real quick. It'll take just less than 30 seconds. Father Okafor from the Catholic Church couldn't be here, but he conveyed his thanks. He said, "I would like to thank the City of San Luis Obispo for the Convivencia proclamation. It is a great honor for us who are believers in God. This proclamation will bring more respect, unity, and peace amongst all the different religions in the county." And from beyond the grave, Paul Wolf, who was with us from 2023. Paul's daughter is here, and Paul, one of the last conversations I had with him, Paul passed away this year. He was a survivor of the Holocaust. And his words to me were, when he called me, he said, "Rushdie, You must continue to do this. This is important. And if I can just maybe have Linda, you'll say a couple words, and Father, a couple words.
Like 30 seconds of words.
Yeah.
I didn't know that I was doing this, so bear with me. But my dad would be, my dad is smiling at this moment to know that the city is recognizing this very important day in the year as Convivencia. So thank you all very much.
And Father.
Thank you all for being here this evening. And of course, it's a great honor for me to be surrounded by so many good people. I am Father Silvio with St. Andrew's Greek Orthodox Church in San Luis Obispo. Very good friend with Dr. Rushdie. I know him for many, many years. And we thank you for this proclamation. We pray that God will watch over all of us and will bring goodness upon this land. Amen.
Thank you. On that note, thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Attending in 2024, it was a wonderful moment to be able to see everyone come together from so many different places and so many different faiths and beliefs, and just came together and shared, and it was really just unifying and wonderful. So thank you for bringing this to our attention, and we will move on to a little more infrastructure type of business. So we'll move on to City Manager McDonald.
Thank you very much. And thanks to everyone for being here this evening. It's good to see everyone. It's been a few weeks since we've met last, and so it's always good to see everyone's faces here and joining us this evening. We do have a few kind of city-related business items to make folks aware of through this report, and so we'll try to make sure everyone's aware of a few items. Starting with everyone's favorite topic, which is parking. We want to make sure everyone's aware that we have we're full swing into a transition to our single app payment system. Earlier this year, we chose to go with one payment app. In the past, we had up to 4, and over time, we've sort of narrowed that down. We're getting ready at the end of this month to transition to our single app, which is pay by phone. You've probably seen Honk and Park Mobile have also been offered over the last several months and years, actually. And so by the end of the month, by August 31st, those two will no longer be available at our within the city. We want to make sure folks are aware. And it's really to help avoid confusion, make the process simplified, and really help streamline things for everyone. So if anyone hasn't already done so, give the Pay by Phone app a try, download it, and we'll be happy to help anyone through that process who might need that or would like some assistance. We have gotten good feedback and really worked really closely with our business community to select the app. It has a lot of new features, so we're excited to really bring that to bear moving forward. Next, we want to make sure that everyone is aware that our bus system will be resuming our extended academic schedule on September 2nd. This means we will be offering longer evening service hours. And on September 25th, we will also resume our 6 express service on Thursday nights, which provides direct connection from Cal Poly's campus to our farmers market downtown. I know those routes are a little hard to read, I think, for probably a lot of folks, just the size of the font, but really just wanted to let everyone know we are resuming our normal academic schedule on September 2nd. Next, we wanted to make sure everyone's aware of a few of our construction projects going on around the city at this time, and then highlight a few items coming forward soon as well. These projects listed up here represent just a portion of the work that's underway as part of our broader capital program. The first, our Cultural Arts District parking structure is really taking shape. If anybody's noticed, it looks like a full full height parking garage. The facade and architectural details will be added very soon, are in the process. And construction is also shifting back into the street with installation of the sidewalks fronting the structure on Palm, Napomo, and Monterey. We do expect this project to be fully completed and operational in February, so really looking forward to bringing that online and having almost 400 new spaces in that part of our downtown. The Mid-Higuera Bypass project is making solid progress as well. This is really a flood control project that we're doing in the creek near Mid-Higuera. There's work underway on bridge installation and major grading for this new bypass, which will help us with flooding control issues in that area. We're really happy to bring that online pretty soon as well. We're also seeing steady progress on the Mission Plaza Enhancements project, so hopefully folks have been through there and seen that progress. Our Mill Street sewer upgrades and Sierra Way sewer project, both of those have involved a lot of road work, and so we're making really good progress on those. They should be wrapping up pretty soon. They both support long-term infrastructure reliability and quality of life improvements in our community. We really appreciate everybody's understanding at the end of the day. You're not going to see those infrastructure improvements, but we certainly need them working well, and we really appreciate everybody coming along with us on that process. We also have our 2025 paving project, our Grand Avenue sign and striping modifications, and installation of downtown multi-space pay stations. So you'll be seeing all these projects will be coming soon in the next few months. So on the parking end of things, our pay stations will be changing. We'll be upgrading them, making them a lot more user-friendly. And so hopefully folks will get a little bit better use out of our pay stations downtown. If you're interested in tracking progress, getting up-to-date information, go to slowinmotion.com, and we have updates posted there regularly, and sign up for e-notifications as well. We help to push that information out on a weekly basis. Next, on a similar note, we wanted to make sure everyone's aware of some construction going on at the corner of Grand and Slack. So Cal Poly is doing road work in the next really coming week from starting yesterday through the 27th. They will be, over the next 2 weeks, contractors will be adjusting utilities, reconstructing roadway pavement, and installing traffic signs and striping along Grand Avenue at the entry to campus. While access will be maintained to Cal Poly and adjacent schools and neighborhoods, people should really expect some additional delays and temporary detours over the next week. We also have worked with Cal Poly to make sure notifications been sent out to all the schools and nearby neighbors. This was kind of came up upon us all pretty quickly, and so hopefully we just want to help get the word out that this construction will be happening. One of the goals is for it to be completed before move-in for Cal Poly, which starts on September 11th. So just want to make sure everyone's aware of that information. And then next, we know a lot of folks, I'm sure, are really aware of a lot of activity related to fires nearby. And so we wanted to kind of close out a little bit of that information here. Certainly our department has had a busy few weeks. The Gifford fire started in really grew the same week that we had a planned live fire burn, which is a training exercise on Stanford Street. While we were able to continue with that training, some of our staff were pulled off along with some other nearby countywide staff to really assist on the Gifford fire, which hopefully everyone's aware is really well under control at this point. It stands at 95% contained. On August 11th, a number of fire officials, including our department, participated in an informational fire update at the Veterans Hall, and so that was a really great opportunity for people to come out and get questions answered of personnel. Just an example of an incident like this, the level of support needed. There were almost 5,000 personnel on this fire. It made a huge difference, and so we're really grateful that it is nearing conclusion and that our community fared okay, and that we'll be able to kind of move on and at the same time had that opportunity for some really important training in our community. Next, we want to make sure everyone's aware that we have our 2025-26 Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion High Impact Grant process open. Our application window closes on Tuesday, September 2nd at 5 p.m. A total of $150,000 is available to nonprofit 501c3 organizations to address systemic and structural issues within our city in innovative and creative ways. The goal of the grant is to create a more inclusive, safe, and healthy San Luis Obispo for all. Grant awards can range from $5,000 to $20,000 for individual organizations or up to $40,000 for partnership applications. So anyone interested or with questions can learn more at slowcity.org/grants or really reach out to anyone in our DEI office or our administrative office for more assistance. We are also highlighting an opportunity for affordable home ownership in our community at Rigetti Ranch. There are 9 two-bedroom condo units available at what's called the 9 at Rigetti. These units are for sale to moderate income households, and we're really trying to get the word out because they've actually had a hard time finding qualified buyers in this range, and so we want to make sure that everyone's aware these units are available, and we really love for them to be filled with qualified buyers, so we're trying to get the word out there. So anyone with questions, housekeys19.com is the best place to start, and our staff is also available through our community development department to answer questions there. And then our next concluding couple of slides, we're just going to highlight what we have coming up on September 2nd at our next city council meeting. We will have a number of consent items, including our annual police department report and military equipment report, adoption of Title IX programs for our slow transit and public works departments. Kind of going on to the next slide, wanted to also draw attention to a proposed grant agreement with Cal Poly for renovation of the hothouse that will be located at 1144 Choro, and participation in additional round of opioid litigation settlement agreements, which we have been really grateful to receive to use for our licensed psych tech program here. It's been very effective. And with that, I also want to make sure to kick things over to our city attorney when we wrap up for a report out from closed session. But other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Perfect, thank you. And before we do that too, I just want to make sure there's one more call out. We have changed our public comment today from 3 minutes to 2 minutes because we already have so many people that have lined up. So if you're interested and you haven't submitted your slip yet, please go ahead and submit your public comment slip of paper to the city clerk. And with that, any questions for the city manager? Wow, look at that. No questions or comments. That's amazing. Well, I really thank you for also highlighting the Gifford fire and highlighting the amount of work that went into that. There were so many firefighters and helpers that were part of this. Our team, so thankful for their team, for their work, and the community meeting that happened in our city, even though this was affecting people not really in our city because we are part of the county and the county seat. So just really appreciate all of the work that was done for communication as well. So with that, I will pass it back to Ms. Simmons to put on the closed session report.
Mayor, earlier this evening, the City Council did meet in closed session. The City Council voted 5-0 to direct initiation of litigation in one case. The specifics of that case and the defendants will be disclosed upon inquiry at the earliest time that disclosure would not jeopardize the city's ability to effectuate service of process. And the City Council also voted 5-0 to continue an existing lease with the History Center of San Luis Obispo County. It's set to expire in 2027 as requested by the History Center. And there's no reportable action on the other 2 closed session items. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we are ready for public comment, and these are for items that are not on the agenda. So if you do start sharing about something that's on the consent agenda or the overall business items or study session, I will probably put you on pause and bring you back just as a FYI. With that, City Clerk.
Okay, I will be calling 3 names at a time. If you'll please line up and be ready to speak when it's your turn, that would make this go a little bit quicker. Terry Canfield, Louise Justice, and Chelsea Ruiz.
Hello, my name is Terry Canefield. I'm a retired appellate lawyer. I earned my law degree at the University of California, Berkeley. My legal practice involved reading and applying statutes. I'm here to make a public record of the fact that there is something harming San Luis Obispo homeowners and local contractors, and there's an easy solution that is not being implemented. Building department staff are expected to read and apply the building code, but they are not taught the basic rules for reading and applying statutes. In fact, nobody I spoke to in the building department even knows there are rules for reading and applying statutes. As a result, inspectors and plan checkers often misread statutes and, as a result, issue illegal orders. I know, because my husband and I recently completed a small project. During the course of our project, multiple orders based on basic misreadings of the statute were enforced or attempted to be enforced against us. We documented these and submitted the information to management officials who oversee the building department. From the management officials, we received apologies. Our document prompted staff and management meetings that the building department uses to learn moving forward. We were told that the chief building official who was in charge when these illegal orders were issued is no longer on the job. However, nobody wanted to address the source of the problem: inadequate training in reading and interpreting statutes. I am making this public record so that when other homeowners find themselves issued illegal orders, they'll know that building department officials have been made aware of the problem and decided not to adopt the obvious solution: better training in reading and applying statutes. For more information, please see the document that I am filing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Louise Justice, a resident of Judson Terrace Homes and next door to the proposed project at 2932 Augusta. I'm approaching it now because I know it has not come before you as yet. However, I would like to have you keep these items in mind. First of all, our parking. We have a difficult parking situation right now. It's going to be made more difficult by the problem that you are going to present in having 28 units and only 14 parking spaces. 28 units in that area is going to really increase a problem as far as our emergency, getting through our people, as far as the students at the school, and the caregivers don't want to have assignments at Judson Terrace Homes because there is no parking. The other thing is fence and the wall combo. It's going to create a difficult situation for emergency if we have a fire. My building is right next to this particular property, and I can see that we are going to have a problem to begin with. You are removing 27 trees. With the climate problem that we have right now, it would be a disaster to do that. The 28 units, I wonder who made the concession and the exemptions for the reduced parking and for the increased height. Please consider this when you are presented.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
After Chelsea, it's going to be Dave Houghton, Eric Liam, and Gina Whitaker.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Ruiz. We've been in this community, in this city for 12 years. I'm a mother of 2 children, and I'm just here to make public comment about my support of the importance of having a diversity of opinion and inclusion in our community. And I feel like the fundamental premise of whether or not we are, as a community, wanting to uplift the voices of those who are marginalized is what I would like to speak in favor of. And I think that it's really wonderful and important that we can have public discourse about the importance of having a diversity of opinions, and that difficult topics, we can bring them up in our community and that they can help us change and be better. I just want to say that I'm so grateful for the work of Diversity Coalition and other organizations that do bring up hard topics to light that we can consider, that we can use to better ourselves. And even though it's messy and even though it's hard to have difficult conversations, that it's so important that we uplift the voices of our marginalized community members and talk about these things. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dave Houghton. I serve on the city's planning commission. I'm not here in that capacity this evening. I'm here because I serve on another board, which is the Diablo Canyon Decommissioning Engagement Panel. So I'm here to engage and to get the word out that we're having a public meeting, as we do every few months for this panel. It's going to be on September 24th in the County Supervisors Chambers. That's a Wednesday evening, and it's going to be at 6 o'clock. And you can look all this up at diablocanyonpanel.org. And it's about the future of Diablo Canyon. There's a lot of confusion out there right now. What's going on? Is it still running? Yes, it is. How long is it going to run? We don't know. And so that's going to be the topic is going to be, do we need the power from Diablo Canyon? And how does that factor into grid reliability for the state of California? It's a complicated issue. It involves PG&E, obviously, the Public Utilities Commission, the California Energy Commission, the ISO, so that keeps the lights on for us. So we're going to have two excellent speakers, one from the California Energy Commission, another one from Stanford University. We're going to be taking lots of public comment as well. And so I invite everybody to engage in that and to come. It's also going to be available by video. You can stream, you can submit questions beforehand or during and all that. So, and just to kind of give you a few numbers, Diablo Canyon started operation 40 years ago. Its license, license for the 2 units ran out this year and last year. That was extended by SB 846 for up to 5 years, up until the year 2030, while the license renewal application is underway with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So that process is underway, and it remains to be seen how long it's going to run. But Diablo makes 2.2 gigawatts of power, and just as an example, we've had 25 gigawatts of new power, new clean power, renewable.
Thank you.
Okay, I could go on for a while.
I know, we
I'll
could talk about
stop
this
there.
forever.
Come to the meeting,
Thank
September
you.
24th. Thank you.
Eric Viam, then Gina Whitaker, and after that will be Sherry Lynn.
Hi, thank you for having me. Good evening, I'm Gina Whitaker. I'm a 44-year county resident, a 40-year member of the Unitarian Universalist San Luis Obispo, and I'm speaking today as a member of the UUSLO Anti-Oppression Community, AOC for short. The AOC shares with the Diversity Coalition the desire to listen to all voices and to uplift marginalized groups. UUSLO has supported many of the Diversity Coalition's previous programs, and we share by promoting each other's events. I attended the screening of Israelism at UUSLO on August 8th, as well as the discussion that followed it. AOC was surprisingly pleased that nearly 150 people came to this event. It indicates to us that people are hungry to better understand the fine points of what's going on between Israel and Palestine. We thought this film spoke to answering some of those fine points. In retrospect, we would have liked to have had a more diverse commentary from the audience during our discussion. In the future, we will strive to create an environment that encourages more diverse conversation by paying closer attention to when we schedule events, to more closely facilitating our conversations, and to contingency planning in case of a higher than expected attendance. We've learned much from this experience. There'll be more opportunities to celebrate the diversity of this community and of the world. And we plan to take those opportunities to provide both questions and answers in living together on this planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eric Viam, Sherry Lynn, Timothy Mai.
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Eric Vium, a longtime resident of San Luis Obispo. I wanted to just share that I was present at the event, the UU event, and watched Israelism. And was amazed when I came in the room that there were so many people there. So clearly there's an interest in this community to engage in this extremely difficult conversation around the relationship between Israel and Palestine. I'm a Jew. I understand, deeply connected to my heritage and understand the importance of Israel in the world, and am also dismayed at the starvation and ethnic cleansing happening in Gaza Strip. And so what I'm calling for here is an openness to perspectives, to engaging in this difficult conversation, and actually to expanding this conversation locally. Clearly, there's a need for us to have this conversation, and I've actually been really surprised at how quiet it's been in our community. It seems like this is a place that we should be having those hard conversations, and I call for diversity perspective and creating spaces where we can have hard conversations together. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and City Council members. My name is Sherry, and I am a current resident and renter in SLO. I'm also the new president of the Public Health Club at Cal Poly. On behalf of the club, I want to express our continued support for the efforts of the SLO County Tobacco Control Coalition and the SLO Tenants Union in advocating for stronger tenant protections in our city. As a public health major, I understand the importance of data-driven policy. A rental registry is a crucial step toward identifying housing availability and addressing tenant issues more effectively. Other California cities, such as Oakland and Concord, have implemented rental registries, and we encourage SLO to develop a version tailored to our community's needs. Our club is committed to promoting safer, healthier housing. We will continue to engage in this process by attending city council meetings and upcoming study sessions throughout the year. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
After Timothy, they'll have, sorry, I was on the wrong screen. Captain Pat Walker, Donna Hare-Price.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and City Council members. My name is Tim, and I'm a current renter here in San Luis Obispo. I'm here tonight to voice my strong support for improving health and safety standards in local housing, especially in multi-unit residences. I can speak firsthand to the real impacts that poor housing conditions have on renters, from mold and secondhand smoke triggering my asthma, to my friends having negligent landlords who refuse to fix broken locks, and severe mold infestations, even though complaints went on for months. These issues don't just affect comfort, they impact physical and mental health, personal safety, and overall quality of life. I'm a recent Cal Poly grad who's working in the area, and I love it here. It's a truly beautiful area with amazing people and so much to do, but it can be hard to justify staying here when the housing prices commanded don't always reflect the standard of quality, safety, and health expected. Everyone deserves a safe and healthy place to live, whether they're students, families, longtime residents, or young professionals like myself. I urge the city to follow through on the housing goals it has set and take meaningful action to strengthen tenant protections. This includes addressing health hazards, enforcing basic safety requirements, and ensuring renters have a voice in shaping housing policy. And I look forward to engaging in the city's process to develop such policies. Thank you for your time and your work on behalf of our community. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Aloha, friends. My name is Captain Pat. I'm a co-founder of the Friendship Club. I just moved here to San Luis Obispo in January after the Palisades fire, and I've been on a mission for my life for about the last 15 years to make America friends again. And how do we do that? We do that by learning how to see each other, how to listen to each other. We circle up like our ancestors have done for thousands of years before this. And that's a part of my mission here. And I'm inviting my program, Friendly Efficient Communication, to be a program that is adopted by this county, to be in every single school, wherever there are people are gathering, especially those of African diaspora, because those are the people who have been disenfranchised the most in this country and in this planet. And if it is good enough to support the people that have been disenfranchised the most, then it is good enough for everybody. If it is good enough for the least of us, it is good enough for all of us. I'm an educator. I have my master's in education. I've been teaching for about 20 years. And I've seen a lot of students who go get special communication support, and they come back to the classroom, and then the other kids aren't playing by the same game. And that is the same correlation that I've learned, that if it's good enough for those who need the most support, then it will benefit everybody. So what is friendship? Friendship is how we find self-love. R, respect the truth. Identify triggers. Ooh, yeah, that's a big one. E, embrace greatness, because that's why we were triggered in the first place. N, never, ever, ever give up. So we can deploy and celebrate, where we take action from a celebratory space, because that's how we create sustainable change. That's how I became my own best friend, and I'm here to SHYP, serve and help your purpose. FEC belongs wherever any Afro person is going to work or to school, because if it's safe enough for them, it's safe enough for everyone. Let's make America friends again, and let's remember to play.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Donna Hare Price, a Jewish mother and retired employee of the Union for Reform Judaism. I was the speaker at the Israelism film. There is no one way to be Jewish or observe Shabbat. In fact, beloved Rabbi Abraham Heschel, who joined Dr. King and Selma marching on Shabbat, said, "For many of us, the march from Selma to Montgomery was about protest and prayer. Legs are not lips, and walking is not kneeling. And yet our legs uttered songs. Even without words, our march was worship." Rabbi Heschel embodied tikkun olam, a precept of Judaism that we, I mean all Jews, are commanded to make the world a better place than it was before we arrived here. Jews are commanded to speak out against harm. We are called to stop the injustices perpetrated by oppressors, be it individuals or nation states. Repairing the world for future generations and all people is our call as a Jewish woman and mother to action. Creating space for dialogue, learning, and community is the pillar of the Diversity Coalition's work. And their intent, too, is to repair harm in the world, locally, globally, and for future generations. I encourage you all to watch the film Israelism. And I'd love to speak with you individually about how painful it is to malign individuals and organizations.
Julia Albert, Boad, Rita Castaverde, and Barry Price is our final speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and City Councilman. You all know me. I'm Julia Albert. I am a SLO resident and a former renter. More importantly, I'm here on behalf of the SLO County Tobacco Control Coalition to add on to what Tim and Sherry said. We were very excited to see that you prioritized housing and neighborhood livability, how to write it down to get that right, for your city goals, and for scheduling study sessions specifically for tenants' rights. I'm here today to just support the SLO Tenants Union call for stronger tenant protections, including creation of the rental registry and improvement to health and safety standards in rental housing. I also wanted to add that we strongly support a rental registry. As Sherry mentioned, it's very difficult to develop policies without data for that. So we urge you to adopt whatever works for our city in terms of that rental registry. And we also are looking forward to adopting more basic safety and health measures within rentals, such as requiring deadbolts, which is kind of wild, is not included right now, and banning smoking in multi-unit housing. And I also wanted to mention that our coalition has been collecting data from residents on health and safety exposure in housing that we're hoping to share in a couple months, maybe for the October study session. So we're hoping that these upcoming study sessions actually lead to meaningful changes in policy. Also, on a personal note, each one of you have met my daughter maybe multiple times, and I want to say how much I appreciate that we live in a community where we have city council members who are approachable and actually in our community for that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Slow City Council. Always nice seeing you. My name is Rita Casaverde. I am the Executive Director of Diversity Coalition San Luis Obispo County, a local nonprofit. I was made aware by city staff of an email that the city received regarding our organization and specifically about an event that took place in August 8th. I'm here to provide clarification needed, although you all know how to contact me, so please don't hesitate if you have any other questions. I want to say that the August 8th event was a film screening of the documentary called Israelism that follows the perspective of 2 American Jews. The event was put together by the Unitarian Universalists of SLO. Our participation was in the spirit of collaboration with a long-standing partner in the community. We were not an organizer or a funder of the event, and I'll mention that really clearly for the purposes of the city. No funds were used from our organization, and of course, no funds granted by the City of SLO to organization were used. Again, no funds from us were used. We are very happy that the UU SLO, the Unitarian Universalists, invited us to be part of the conversation, and we are happy to be here today rowing together as a community seeking deeper understanding. That said, I'm also here because we take very seriously the trust that the city and our community place in us and as an organization. We have been celebrating our differences and talking about hard topics for 14 years, and we've done it in coalition with many local organizations. We thought that it would be a good idea to come here, though, and be here in person. We think that direct in-person conversations, ideally longer than 2 minutes, are the best way to solve any conflict or issues or misunderstandings. And so we're here making ourselves available, but our record for holding hard conversations speaks for itself, and our work comes from a perspective of love. Actually, Rabbi Micah Hyman, who from Congregation David, put it perfectly. Love is unconditional, so we're here for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart, council members. I'm Barry Price. I'd like to tell you a story tonight about my family, about my grandma Clara and her sisters. Grandma Clara had 9 siblings. She was one of 10 children. They were born in the eastern part of Europe. It was sometimes Poland, sometimes Russia. Their father was an Orthodox rabbi. Clara escaped the pogroms of Europe along with 3 of her sisters. The rest of the family couldn't get out and went to the gas chambers at Treblinka and Sobibor. I heard the stories as a young child sitting in my grandma's living room, listening to the elders talking about the old country. My family knows what it's like to be targeted by lies and hatred. I can feel it in my bones. It's why I've spent my entire life fighting for the oppressed, the marginalized, and the voiceless. Now I'm being targeted as a terrorist. My beloved wife is being targeted as a terrorist. What's most frightening is that the lies and the hatred that you're hearing are coming from our own community, from those who should be our allies and friends, those who have as much to lose from fascism as we do, if they would only stop to look. We're being targeted for holding true to the values we learned in Hebrew school, that the world needs repair and reconciliation, that every human being is created in God's image, and that prayer is a verb and demands action. So I implore you not to be fooled by lies from those who would silence dissent. Don't allow yourself to be bullied by those who demand loyalty and give more money to the Diversity Coalition.
Thank you very much.
Our final speaker is Fuad. Or Fuad, I'm sorry.
It's all good. Thank you so much. My name is Fuad. I'm a professor at Cal Poly. I've lived off and on in San Luis Obispo for over 30 years. And I went to see Israelism, and I entered into the Unitarian Universal Church for the first time. I've been passing it basically forever, but this is the first time I went into it. And let me tell you, I had a wonderful time. It was a great event. There were so many people and allies there, and the movie was really good. It was a perspective that you don't often hear from the media. And I also went there to support my friend and fellow professor, Dr. Sarah Bridger, who is an expert in 20th century history. She's a professor of history at Cal Poly, and she wanted to be here today, but she couldn't. And she asked me to read this. I just want to make the very basic point that this documentary was made by Jewish filmmakers, highlighting Jewish voices and experiences, followed by a discussion led by Jews and non-Jews, community members, and that's all it was, for goodness sake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the final speaker?
That's correct.
Thank you. One of the hardest things to me is public comment, is this moment where things are not on the agenda, so we don't respond to them. But I do want to just let everyone here know that with the second speaker talking about Augusta project, that project has been put on hold until a no date certain at this point in time. So just want to encourage anyone who is concerned regarding the Augusta project that is next to Judson Terrace, that is still being discussed at a very different level. We're not even there yet. So just wanted to give you a heads up on that. Continue to follow the ARC and the Planning Commission. And also, I believe that, so I don't see I believe Director Tway is in the back, as well as Mr. Collins, who have both been working with this project. So if you have questions, to reach back to them. We do have the letter from Terry Canfield in paper and in email, so we've got that. And I think those are the only things I wanted to make sure that everyone knew that was a little bit more city overall business. So thank you so much for everyone who came and shared their thoughts on, quite honestly, living, housing-wise, or on the difficult conversations. Really appreciate it. With that, we move forward to the consent agenda. So I want you to know, if you have anything on the consent agenda that you would like to put in your comment, please make sure that you get your communication slip over to the city clerk. Oh, okay. And so at this time, are there any items that my fellow colleagues would like to recuse themselves from, or pull an item off of the consent agenda? Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. I'm going to recuse myself from item 6C, the annual special tax levy report for the Community Facilities District for San Luis Ranch, in that I live in that development. So I will not be voting on that item.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mr. Horstman.
I don't want to pull anything, but I did just want to recognize and thank Carrie Gephardt for stepping up to our vacancy on the tree committee. Always happy to have community members be more involved.
Absolutely, thank you. And I also really want to thank Mike Boswell and Emily Francis, council members, for stepping up and being the voting delegates from our area. I will be a voting delegate for my caucus, for the African American caucus for the League of Cities, so I cannot do that for here, so thank you. And also just really wanted to thank everyone involved with the CAT team and the Mobile Crisis Unit, 6J, the Behavioral Health Services Contract Renewals for Community Action Team and Mobile Crisis Unit. This really is an opportunity to really fill out these two teams to really help more people in our community in a better way, and they've been doing a great job, and the whole team has, so I just want to say thank you. With that, do we have any questions before we get going? Okay, any public comment?
No, we do not.
All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion for everything except for the recusal, of course, for Councilmember Marks on 6C. Vice Mayor?
You can do it for all of them.
She can recuse herself at that point. Yeah, okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Okay, I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
I will second.
Great, can we have roll call?
Vice Mayor Shoresman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes, except for 6C, where I'm recusing myself.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. With that, we'll move to 7A, which is reviewing a plan development amendment to revoke the plan development overlay related to a mixed-use development project at 1144 Choro Street. After 7A, we'll take a quick break and then come back to the probably longer topic of sewer infrastructural renewal strategy and private sewer lateral programs. Thank you so much. And with that, I will hand it over to Associate Planner Hannah Hahn, and I think Director Timmy Tway. Oh, there you are. Director, you're not coming to the table? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Hannah Hahn, and I will be presenting on tonight's hearing item. The request is to revoke the PD overlay that was intended for the 1144 Churl mixed-use project that was approved in 2020. The overlay affects 7 properties downtown along Churl, Higuera, Marsh, and Monterey, which are outlined in red on this map. Revoking the overlay would rezone these properties to their former zones as CD and CDH, as shown on this exhibit. To provide the context behind this overlay, in 2018, Jamestown had proposed a 6-story mixed-use development referred to as the 1144 Churl mixed-use project, and the PD overlay was required to transfer unused density credits between different properties downtown and to allow this project to be constructed at its desired density. After a series of public hearings, the City Council had approved both the development project and its associated PD overlay in 2020. Since the project approval in 2020, Jamestown sold the 1144 Churl property to NKT in 2023. As a new owner of this property, NKT is not pursuing the development project and has instead obtained permits to allow different uses at the site to eventually accommodate Cal Poly's future operations in the building. As time passed, the approval of the development project also expired in August of last year, and staff has been informed that there is interest in developing other properties within this overlay on an individual basis. Based on these changes in circumstances, the PD overlay is no longer relevant or needed because its adoption was to allow the 1144 Churl project, and that development approval has expired. It should be noted that development approvals can expire. However, PD overlays are zoning map amendments that do not expire and would require a rezoning process to revoke. As part of the review for this request, staff has confirmed that all current affected property owners are in agreement and do not wish to initiate that development project. Revocation is now requested as a cleanup item to the zoning map. In doing so, the reference to the expired project would be removed as it may cause confusion or conflict with future development projects. This is intended to provide clarity in applicable regulations for new projects moving forward and allow for these properties to be individually developed. And so with that, it is recommended that the City Council move forward with introducing and adopting an ordinance to revoke the PD overlay for these 7 affected properties. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. I asked this question in my agenda review, but I'll just ask it out in public. I'm understanding that we have other zoning amendments to do in the cleanup side. So why would we take this one out and do it separately versus other zoning cleanup that we could have the entire community be a little bit easier to get around?
That is a fantastic question. And so this one in particular was initiated by the property owners to clean up this overlay that they had placed on the property for some flexibility and now is not of use to them and is difficult for them to move forward with other projects. We do maintain a running list of many zoning cleanup items or amendments that we will look at. We look at them usually annually, but as needed. And so those are not applicant initiated. They are things that come up over time or that staff notices are difficult for people to move forward in different ways or maybe outdated or, state law changes. And those we will bring forward as a group for the council to consider. But the main difference is this is applicant initiated and those are generally staff or city initiated.
Thank you so much. I appreciate sharing that in public. Any other questions? I don't see any lights on. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, just to make sure I am understanding it really clearly, essentially the overlay concentrated the density units, right? So that there could be higher density in one particular property, and this is just releasing them back to their individual properties. Is that a good way to think about it?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Good clarity. I like it. Any public comment?
No, there are not.
Oh, there's one public comment.
Greg Wynn, architect. I didn't plan on talking tonight, but.
Hold on one second. Let's get the, did you get the, yeah, we have to reset the timing.
Greg Wynn, architect, thanks. I wasn't planning on speaking about this tonight. But I'm just thinking back as the chair of the ARC that approved this project when the time happened. I'm thinking about all of the work that went into this project from staff and volunteers and the development community. And I'm wondering how we could have done it better, such that we ended up with a dense project here instead of the condition we're in now. Now, believe me, I support the recommendation and release it back to the property, and that's fine. But I'm just using this as a potentially cautionary tale. How do we do better so that we either move faster or we ask for less as a city, or we don't say, well, we need the frilly gingerbread on the 3rd level balcony or whatever it is that slows a project down so that we can end up with something instead of nothing except a zoning revision. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The short answer would be no pandemic. That would have been the first start. No, but really, appreciate the public comment, truly. And without any other public comment, is there a motion to approve? Or sorry, oh yeah. Sorry, I asked questions. I forgot the whole deliberation. I'm just like wanting this topic to go. Sorry about that, Vice Mayor.
I just kind of, I guess, want to comment in general about, I'm prepared to support the staff recommendation and return the zoning to essentially what it was before. I was on the Planning Commission in 2020 when this came forward, and it was a very controversial structure that was, would have, as our public commenter mentioned, would have brought some density to downtown and to that particular corner. And I empathize and hear what he's saying about all of the work that went into it, and all of the time and energy that our community put into it, as well as the owner of the property attempting to build this very dense mixed-use building for the center of our downtown. And at the same time, yes, the pandemic, who knows what other situations occurred with the owners of the property. Projects change course for any number of reasons, some of which may have to do with our process. Some of them have nothing to do with what we do as a city. I think I hope to see all sorts of creative solutions for our downtown and around our community to create more housing. I think we as a council have obviously prioritized that in making housing one of our major city goals. And so while this change may be a formality, but the structure and the project changing overall may be bad in some ways, but maybe it will create another opportunity down the road for that location. And in fact, is right as we speak, creating an opportunity for the existing structure that is there on the corner of Marsh and Choro. So anyway, just wanted to make that comment. Thank you for staff for doing this cleanup work, and interested in what the rest of the council has to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say that I do support the staff recommendation, and I'd like to make a motion when the time is right. I think that while it's clear that one could look at everything that was put into the prior project there as a waste on some level, I think that actually what we see here is the city being flexible and responding to the property owners when they're looking at the present reality and being nimble and deciding what to do next. That's why I support it wholeheartedly. I think it's a good solution to the reality we have. Maybe not the reality we wanted to have back when, but we're dealing with the real deal, what it is right now. So I don't know if you're ready for a motion. You want more not yet. Okay.
But when it's time, I will come back to you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you all for all of your work on this effort, both now and in the past. Sounds like I'm maybe echoing some of the sentiments I'm hearing up here, and also from the Planning Commission, looking for hopefully the highest and best use of this property down the line, but incredibly grateful to see something happening in this property. It's been a long time, so I'll be supportive of this removal of the PD overlay when it's time.
Thank you so much. And I was quick to say pandemic because that really was a lot to do with changing the many factors of the project. But I was on this committee as the council member at the time, and remember the many conversations before the meeting. And I cannot tell you how deflated I was when I sat in a meeting with Cal Poly and learned that the hot house was going there instead of housing for people. That was really disappointing to me. But life changes, and one door closes, another door opens, and I'm excited to see what new door we'll be able to open now that this is changing, and I appreciate all the work that you've done to make this happen, and your team. Councilmember Marks?
Yes, I would like to move that the council introduce and adopt an ordinance revoking the planned development overlay ordinance related to a development project proposed at 1144 Churro Street and amending the zoning map to rezone the 7 associated properties from CDPD and CDHPD to CD and CDH respectively.
Is there a second, Vice Mayor?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Can we have roll call, City Clerk?
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. And with that, we'll take a break and see you back at about 7:50-ish. All right, we're back to it. Thank you so much for the little break, and we are ready to talk about sewer lateral program updates. And just as a reminder, this is only a study session. No decisions will be made today. It's just a conversation so that we can give some guidance to the team here. And with that, I'll pass it on to Director Floyd.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Aaron Floyd, Utilities Director, and I am joined this evening by Chris Lehman, our Deputy Director for the Wastewater part of the Utilities Department, as well as in the audience, we also have Miguel Barcenas, our Deputy Director of Engineering and Planning, Shauna Scott, our Special Projects Manager, and Ryan Beach, who is our wastewater collection supervisor from the staff. We also are joined by Jeff Pells of Westios, who was our consultant on the update to our wastewater collection infrastructure renewal strategy. Thank you for mentioning that, Mayor, that this is a study session this evening. We are also aware that it was a quite robust agenda, staff report right there. So Chris will do his best to highlight the key points on that so that we can get quickly into deliberation. But we also recognize that there was a lot of recommendations and alternatives in that. So up front, we would like to offer to council that if need be, we can again return for another study session item to receive additional direction if that's council's ultimate direction on this. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Lehman to give the presentation, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do we need a little bit of IT help? Oh, no, all set.
Okay, I think I might have a short delay, but good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm going to be walking through fairly quickly a few slides and giving a bit of background and context to why we're here today, and hoping to spend the majority of our time today with our 4 study session questions. So to kick things off, I'm going to give a background about the program, a brief recap of the project. This is the long-range plan for the collection system, in addition to informing our updates of our private sewer lateral programs. This is really the capital plan for the next 10 years for the system. And so a bit about the project, and then speaking to some of the city investments that we've made on the public side for addressing some of the issues that we'll be talking about this evening. Talk a bit about our stakeholder outreach process, which has been ongoing, but more recently some specific outreach events. And then again, we're going to really be focusing on the study session question discussion items. So starting off, talking about private sewer laterals, many of you have heard this before, but to set the stage, what is a private sewer lateral? There's an image in the lower right-hand corner of this slide depicting a private sewer lateral. This is the connection from a city's or a structure's plumbing, all the gray and black water from a home connects to the city main. And so we're talking about that pipe that connects from the home to the city main. And estimating citywide, just to put some context, there's about 13,000 private sewer laterals in the city. So a very large number of sewer laterals across the city. This is another image depicting how a sewer lateral would connect from a home to the city main. Important to point out in this image, and we're talking about a sewer system and a stormwater conveyance system. In the city of SLO, these two systems are are functionally separate. What we're talking about today and some of the impacts on our system, we're talking about inflow and infiltration, and that's a term that we might speak to a couple times in a few slides, but really this is any water that enters that sewer system through cracks and breaks in the line. So you see an image of a tree here. The roots will tap into the sewer lateral. That water gets into the system and it results in issues that could be spills, it could be increased treatment costs and conveyance. So we're looking at issues both tonight on the private and public side. This is really a systemic issue, and combined, how do we tackle that? Public and private partnered together. Big issue for the city and really for the community is the issue of sewer spills. And so when we reach capacity in these lines, the wastewater has to go somewhere. And so what ends up happening is the water backs up, and at some point it exits through a maintenance cover or potentially through a toilet in the home. And so big issue with spills here. And success story that we're reporting out tonight is this trend. And apologies for some of the text here is a bit small on identifying what you're looking at here. We do have full-size images in the staff report that folks can take a look at if you want to take a closer look. But again, we're looking at a trend here. Numbers peaked 35 spills in 2021. And the great report out tonight is, as of today, we've only had one spill from the city system in 2025. And so going from a peak of 35 to 1 spills is one of the metrics that we're highlighting, that our approach on managing sewer capacity has been successful and at least could be viewed as sustainable. We're managing the problem. Still ongoing issues, but we've tackled them through various measures that we'll go into this evening. So going from 35 to 1, why does that matter? Seems to, these are common sense items, but sewer spills could pose a risk to property owners and to the public. You have that sewage backing up in the property and out on city roads. Issues on the environment, you're spilling that sewage into a creek or storm conveyance system. And then there are financial impacts on the city, and really that translates to rate increases. So everyone pays their water sewer bill. And so financial impacts, we could potentially face fines for these spills, and those numbers can be pretty big depending on the severity of the spill. Fines could be as much as $10 a gallon. So you have a 10,000 gallon spill, that could be a $100,000 fine. The city could be subject to third-party lawsuits. We'll talk a bit about that this evening, and we actually are, have a history of that. And we had a settlement with a non-government organization called Riverwatch in 2016, and so ongoing risks of additional future lawsuits, and then just the operating costs associated with cleanup, remediation, and carrying out enforcement related to the spills. Again, bit of the background, current sewer lateral programs. The current programs were largely influenced by a settlement with Riverwatch, and the terms of that lawsuit have now sunset. But really want to point out that there are ongoing risks that the city faces, and we want to highlight that, but want to be very clear and transparent that lawsuit has come to a close. The basis of that lawsuit was a number of spills, history of spills that the city had, and these spills were the result of limited sewer conveyance capacity, not enough room in the pipe to move the sewage through the system. And prior council directions, so we're going back to 2017, and prior study sessions, really staff presented council to pass. How do you manage this capacity issue? 2 ways to go. The first would be conditioning offsetting capacity of new development by fixing existing leaks in the system. That's the current program that we have in place today, the private sewer lateral offset program. And then the alternative route would be requiring, we have an inspection upon sale program, so whenever a property sells, one of the requirements is to get the private sewer lateral inspected with a video camera inspection. And so the alternative to the offset program would be requiring replacement of these faulty laterals after an inspection was performed. And prior council direction was we're not going to proceed down that path. The direction given to staff was to put the offset program in place that we have today. We're going to be talking about kind of revisiting that, multiple different paths that we could take, potentially a combination of those paths. But that's the background. That's the basis of our current, some of the basis of our current programs. Leading into the project, and appreciate Jeff being here today. This was a project that West Yost worked with the city to develop. This is an updated long-range plan, like I mentioned, for the system. And really, one of the major deliverables was a hydraulic model of our system and looking at capacity in various portions of the collection system. Again, very small image here, but hopefully the point translates well. When you look at a bunch of bubbles, these are essentially all collection catchment areas in the system. And when the bubble is full, there's no room in the pipe. And when it's half full, there's some room. And so this graphic here is an update from our 2015 study, and it's essentially looking out all the way to 2035. And the general plan built out of the city. What are the conditions going to be, and can we manage that increased housing development? And so output of this project and those updated maps is our new definition of what areas are capacity constrained. And we'll be talking a bit more about that. When we're looking at areas that are capacity constrained, again, we have an update from the 2015 project, 10 years later, a lot more data. So we're looking at current conditions, and again, these maps are available in larger size, some smaller detail. But the first area we're looking at is we call the foothill area. It says proposed area 1. Perhaps we'll give it a good title at some point. But this is really an existing area. It hasn't changed much. We have seen some improvement in the area, but the current model shows that this area is still capacity constrained. And what we're looking at, some of the numbers and the colors, and this will really feed into one of the discussion items, is that we have some good data. This is all of private infrastructure, all the sewer laterals in that foothill area. About 63%, we just don't know. So condition unknown for that area. And, you know, there is a good percentage, about a third, that is considered to be in good condition. That's great. And then a smaller percentage that are in worse shape. But there's still greater than 50% data gap there on the private side. What we did with this flow study, though, is to look at system-wide. We put flow meters out in the collection system. We don't directly monitor wastewater flows. There's not a good way to do it. And so periodically we have to deploy meters out in the system and get real data that we collect during a storm. So that data informed some of these new areas that have been developed. The second area, and I'm going to come back to this, but just to give a peek at what these two areas look like. The second area is north of downtown, and kind of a similar data set here. We have a greater than 50% condition unknown of private sewer laterals. So there is a data gap there. And I'll just move forward to this slide. So this is comparing our historical current capacity constrained areas of the system. Those areas are presented in blue and pink. And so as it stands now, the current capacity constrained map, which is a part of the general plan, the blue areas and the pink area are the three areas that are considered to be capacity constrained. And this data, again, is based off of a flow study that was conducted about 12 years ago, and that report was produced and published in 2015. Fast forward to 2025, New flow study, new data. The current model is showing, the good news is that the 2 existing blue areas we're proposing to remove entirely. And that's largely a success of a combined effort of private and public infrastructure repair over the past 10 years. The pink area, one of the existing areas we're proposing to keep with some slight modification. And then there is a new area that is in green. A small island of area that is labeled as proposed area 2 was initially recommended by our consultant to be mapped as capacity constrained. City did some additional analysis with our consultant, and we feel confident that that area can stay off the map with some capital improvement projects by the city. But big picture, 2 new, 1 existing area, 1 new area, and then these 2 large areas in blue we're recommending to remove entirely. Taking a step back, I mentioned city investment. So this is got to be a combined effort. There are issues on the public and private side. We have about a 50-50 split of public and private sewer conveyance system. And so we recognize there is an ongoing need to improve the city's infrastructure. One of those improvements that we're very excited we're getting to the finish line is the water resource recovery facility. And in the final stages of construction, we're talking about a ribbon cutting ceremony shortly. But one of the major facility expansions, there's an image here, and this is essentially a storm inflow equalization catchment basin. So all that additional water that gets in through the pipes in the city and public and private infrastructure, we have to capture it somewhere. To not drive quadrupling the cost of the wharf upgrade, the decision was made to capture that, meter it back into the facility as the flows reside and you get back into dry weather. And so this was one of the larger investments that the city has made. We've doubled the capacity of that equalization big pond, essentially. And so there's a photo. Overall, the wharf upgrade investments related to capacity expansion and really directly tied to this inflow problem totals about $5.7 million. And so very significant, recognizing this is more of a long-term problem. We're not going to address, over the course of 2 or 3 years. This is a longer-term effort. We need a place to capture that additional flow until we make, repairs over the years. So wharf upgrades, we've also invested in the collection system, averaged approximately $1.4 million each year in collection system improvements. Ryan Beach, the wastewater collection team, has a budget of approximately $300,000 on just maintenance costs, and that includes things like point repairs. You have small breaks in the system, and so they're out there every year. We're doing repairs, doing camera work, and maintaining the system. And then we have our private sewer lateral rebate program, something that we'll be recommending, taking a closer look at tonight. Currently have that funded at $420,000 a year. And we do have some room there actually for awarding additional money. And one of the reasons why we're proposing expanding that eligibility of that program. One caveat here to the wharf upgrades is that does not include the impact of additional flow into the facility as far as operating costs. So there is some additional money on that list, but significant amount. Leading into this evening, one of the key elements of the approach on this project is stakeholder outreach. So happy to see a few of our development friends in the crowd here. We held a developers roundtable in July. Have an ongoing relationship with the realtor community, met with the Chamber of Commerce, but really this is an ongoing program, and we try to meet probably on the weekly basis really with people to get feedback. We want to take that feedback and we want to refine this program to have it be successful and responsible and trying to take a realistic approach to a problem that really nobody likes here, and it's an ongoing issue. So ongoing outreach. We have a number of outreach events here. Wanted to highlight those, and really wanted to push that through that quick and spend some time about our study session discussion items. And the first item here, I think really is the big one. And again, the text size here, difficult to fit this all on one page, but the first question that we're here to discuss tonight relates to the wastewater flow private sewer lateral offset program. And should that continue? Again, that program, wastewater flow offset, is such that you have new development, you want to build additional intensification or development projects that are adding wastewater flow to a system that has limitations. You have to offset that additional flow by repairing some of the leaks in the system. And if we continue the program without modification, there are no next steps. We have a program in place. You know, there are a number of alternatives to just straight continuing the program. The first would be to dissolve the program. And I think, you know, the way staff has presented that as an option is we could dissolve the offset program and we would retain some of the current incentives that we have in place, including the rebate, replacement rebate program. We still feel that's important to keep in place. We do, looking back at some of the data gaps that we had, we looked at that map that said 60% unknown. We would still feel, even with dissolving the offset program, that the inspection requirements would be important to retain. But that would be an alternative. If we did proceed with this option, or really any of the other alternatives, they would require updates to our municipal code. And the timeline on that is we would be back essentially sometime next spring. I'm going to pause there. I can read the others, but I know there's got to be a few questions that have come up. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. This is a very in-depth presentation, but I mean, in-depth study and for very good needs. So thank you for that. Councilmember Marks.
Well, I just want to start out by saying that you guys are the subject matter experts in this particular field, okay? And when you ask us these questions, these study questions, and present the alternatives, I'm not quite sure how the city council plays a role in answering these questions. In other words, we are the policy wonks. You guys are the subject matter experts, okay? So it's rather difficult, and you're not attaching any dollar amounts to these different alternatives. So I have to say, me personally, I need a little more guidance in terms of, and possibly the city manager can, or assistant city manager, someone can chime in and say, why is this a policy issue for the council? Okay, now obviously we want the best possible system ever, no spills ever, everything should be perfect. So if you don't get me wrong, I just feel somewhat limited in my ability to actually address these questions without having greater insight into the policy that you're talking about.
Got it. Well, Councilmember Marks, I can give that a shot. The intent of coming to council tonight with this study session, one, acknowledging this is a ton of information, a lot to digest. We want to start the conversation, taking a step back, looking at previous decisions and guidance from council, We're here today to reevaluate potential paths. We have 3 options that have been presented. There is a new lens that we're speaking through today, in that we don't have, we're not under the requirements of a lawsuit anymore. We do have ongoing risks associated with not maintaining the program, but I think the idea in coming tonight is to present a menu of potential paths, and to have a discussion, get some feedback. As Aaron mentioned, maybe that would ultimately lead to coming back again with another discussion. But by coming today, we want to present an update on how the program has performed, the results, and then some different thoughts on how we might proceed with either keeping the program as is, eliminating it, or potentially we keep it with some modifications. One of the key things to point out about these alternatives is they are very directly the result of a lot of community input that we've had over the past few years. And, you know, we've heard, this isn't a great program, we don't like it, but what about this as an alternative? And so by coming tonight, we're trying to capture that in as many ways as we can, and to start the discussion. But I understand that there's a lot here to consider.
Well, yeah, just if I can just follow up in a question, you know, if we dissolve the present system, what would the impacts be?
Right.
And here we're saying increased potential for spills and fines. Well, that doesn't sound very good.
Doesn't sound good, so.
No, but you understand what I'm saying is that
Right.
it's, how, I don't know.
I think Director Floyd might be able to add to that.
Yeah,
Yeah, do you understand what I'm saying? Well, if you could try to flesh it out a little bit in terms of the policy that you're asking for council to give input to it would be very helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Marks, and I will attempt to do that, though I concur with the statements made by Deputy Director Lehman on it. I think the key part of Chris's response is that we really are in a changed environment now. So historically, after the settlement with Riverwatch, we were compelled to move into some strategy to deal with this. Council at that time did give policy towards it, and they did give policy to come up with a sewer lateral offset with the rebate program. You know, we've revisited that one on the dollar amounts on that. Since that time, that lawsuit has ended. We needed to update our model on sewer capacity right now so that we can continue to serve development and infill projects within the city. So we hired West Yost to come and perform this analysis. From that analysis, we realized that we still have those capacity constrained areas in the city. Now, some of those have changed, and I do think it is a positive demonstration of the efforts to date and the policy that council has provided for staff, that we have seen the proposed diminishment of 2 of those areas. I do think we are showing a success. I think when we look at 35 sewer spills in a year down to 1, I think the program is having a success at that point. But beyond that, and as we have heard in conversations, there is nothing that is compelling us to do this work at this point. So we really are in a spot where we are beyond the umbrella of the lawsuit. So at this point as staff, we really do need guidance on this. The first question, and these could go in a couple different ways without getting too far ahead of Chris. The next one is, does council want us to update these capacity constrained areas? Staff's recommendation in this, though, and I'm honored that you feel we are subject matter experts in this. Thank you, council member. And that is why we have provided our recommendations, trying to find a middle ground of area that we can continue to be successful. We believe that we can continue to allow infill development and development within the city, and even in these areas that we know have defects in some of the collection system and the private side, through the policies that have been enacted to date. So this is where we are seeking some of those core questions that we do believe we need from council on. Do you want to see the private sewer lateral offset program continue?
Yeah, I mean, we have some overall policy conversations around proactive versus reactive. Do we want every community member to pay for replacing sewer laterals? Do we want only the constrained housing current units to be able to pay for that only? And we have a lot of, I think, and then our capital improvement programs, and what do we want to do with that going forward? So I think, I think we started with this is probably going to be a two-parter, but for now, we start with this. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to sort of piggyback off Councilmember Marks, but maybe ask some specific questions about your questions so that I can, give you the guidance that you're looking for, at least from my perspective. With the sewer lateral, most people understand what a rebate program is. That's pretty easy to explain. Incentivizing to a certain extent a property owner to improve their lateral in order, and in exchange for that, they get a little of their costs replaced. But I don't think the average person knows exactly what the offset program is. Some of our audience members probably do, but because we have gotten some emails and communication from community members trying to sort of navigate the offset program, I would love it if you could just give us a little bit of a 30-second explanation of what that is and how it works.
Good point.
Sure, and that's a great question. So rebate program you mentioned, city currently has a $4,000 rebate available to help offset the cost. Private sewer lateral or wastewater flow offset program essentially is that you're in an area, we're looking at those maps, those areas that have limited capacity. We've identified that through a flow study. We know there's not enough room in the pipe to accommodate additional flow. And so to accommodate that additional flow, the offset program is set up that you essentially have to fix breaks in the system that would offset that additional flow generated from the new development. And so we have a worksheet that guides applicants through that process. But 30-second high level, 30,000-foot view, that's the approach. You generate this much flow, you offset by fixing that much flow. So a net neutral impact on the system.
And if I understand correctly, you have to fix it somewhere else in the constrained area. So is that correct? So as an example, say you have a lot, there's one down the street from my house that was a single family home and it was just converted into 4 units. That's going to obviously impact the area, the laterals and the capacity in the area. Right. So they not only have to put sort of bigger pipes, I'm dumbing this down, they have to put sort of bigger pipes on their property as they build, but they also have to find another property somewhere in the constrained area that they fix as well that is in poor or failing condition. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so the way you're proposing this now, that's where I guess I've heard some of the frustration from community members is that it's hard to find another property when they want to maximize their space to fix and it's extra expense. So can you talk about how that works, and would this be the same, or would we be proposing changes to that?
Right, and that is the existing program, and that is the absolute, I think, pinpoint of the whole crux of the program right now is that folks have stated, well, maybe it's 2 parts. The first is it's difficult to go door to door and say, hey, I would like to replace your sewer lateral. And we understand that. And this is something that we have received some great feedback from the development community. So thank you to the audience members. And Mr. Lehman and others in the utilities department have come up with a newer model on that we believe will be a little more successful. And it is actually a kind of a sewer matchmaking, still anonymous, but you would be able to say, hey, I happen to know that I need my lateral replaced. Ultimately, I'm a homeowner. Maybe I'm selling, maybe I'm not, at some point in the future, but I know that I have a defective lateral. And I would, I might be interested in doing it, but if someone else who needs these credits might be interested in doing it, they could put themselves on this list. And then folks could actually go down that list and say, hey, there's a property right there that would meet the needs of this offset, and they could then have that connection. So I think that's one part of the cumbersome part of it, and we understand that's been frustrating for folks. And we have tried to assist that where possible. We do believe that it does serve the development community better for this to remain as a private transaction. We have been counseled that if this was to be something that the city was to take over, that there are different purchasing policies and procedures that would ultimately result in significant cost increase on that. And that would ultimately likely be then, if it's an infill project, it would likely drive up the cost of that housing, which is not something as staff that we would want to see with that. So I think that's one part, is the clunky current nature, although I do think there is opportunities for that in the very near future for that to be improved. I think the other conversation we've heard on this, again, as Chris alluded to, was the conversation of you have a residence who might have a aging or failing lateral who would likely then therefore be contributing to this I&I problem. And even if staff at the city know this and know it's failed or poor condition or completely where we can't even push a camera through it, that person is not required right now to replace that lateral. And that was direction given by previous council to staff. So right now we do not have that ability to proactively go out and for just our awareness of a failed lateral to require replacement at this point in time. So that's been some of the other feedback that we have clearly heard from the public when we have engaged in this conversation.
Okay, one more follow-up question on the initial example that I gave. So you're a property owner, you're developing it, you create the environment on your property that you're going to be able to handle your capacity, but you also have to replace another lateral in the constrained area. Are you then, you are responsible for paying for both, obviously, the development on your property, but also the replacement of the lateral on the other property, is that correct?
It could be. So again, as a private party transaction, there are a multitude of ways that that could be done. It could be that one person handles the construction side of it. A cost could be split 50-50. The city still has, thank you, council, has approved us to allow a rebate still to go towards that project. A lateral is a lateral. So that could also come into part of that negotiation. It would go to the property owner initially, but it's completely negotiable how the two parties would want to handle that. So we typically think, you know, this party, that party, but in practicality, it could be done in any fashion there. I think it's also worth pointing out kind of maybe a 2.0 of your question right there, that council also, and again, thank you, if it was the development of an ADU and the primary residence, that lateral was replaced, that also would count right there towards that. So that was a recent adoption of council's that has, I think, made many in the community happy.
Thank you. I think on this piece, that's all my questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Boswell. We have Councilmember Boswell, then Francis, then Marks.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. So you mentioned the overflow issue, but my read of the report too is that the inflow and infiltration issue, particularly during winter when we're having heavier rains, is an impact to the water reclamation facility. I know we've done a lot of improvements out there, almost finished, and we've increased our capacity, but this still remains a problem, correct? That we will have potentially times during the winter when there's so much leakage into the system that we can't effectively treat it at the plant in the way we'd want to.
Yes, yes, that is correct. And this is why THMs, a couple of the other issues that we also had to meet permit compliance on the wharf were major drivers, but we also historically, and this is a case for many wastewater facilities around, had been allowed to divert partially treated wastewater, chlorinated, primary filtered, back and discharged during times of high flow. The state and regional boards no longer allow for that, and rightfully so, in my opinion. We can see wastewater flows that would go anywhere from about 3.5 million gallons a day during a large winter storm go to over 20 million gallons a day. So we have had to significantly improve our process at the wharf, being a major driver of multiple millions of dollars, as well as our ability to temporarily store that additional capacity in the equalization basin that we roughly doubled in size that you might recall Chris Lehman just showed a picture of right there. So we have had to make some really significant improvements at the wharf at the cost of the ratepayers of millions of dollars to meet that demand.
So it's as good a job as we've done, as you showed in the numbers on reducing overflows, that's a success. We certainly can't declare this problem solved.
No, and thank you, because I think what happens, I think, often in this is, and we love data and we love numbers on this too, but we have to remember that we're looking at any given time as a snapshot. And we are dealing with constantly degrading infrastructure. We are the 16th oldest city in the state. The material that was used commonly was something we call VCP, or vitrified clay pipe, which looks roughly like an adobe potted plant that you built 3-foot sections or so out of and roughly sleeved together. Trees have found their ways into this. The other thing we have in the city of San Luis Obispo is high amounts of clay soil. And a lot of these original pipes were not bedded, and when we say bedded, packed in sand or something to allow a little bit of flexibility. So similar to what we've unfortunately had to report about water line breaks, where the pressure goes up and the pressure backs off with drought and groundwater levels rising and falling, where we're stressing these pipes. These pipes collapse underground, and we aren't readily aware of it until we get around to another video on the public side. So we are constantly seeing a degrading system right in front of us. All materials have their lifespan. New materials are all fused, glued. We don't have those issues in all of the new areas. That's why you won't see an overlay of a lot of the new areas in any of the proposed updates. But yes, we do have a degrading system, and it is going to continue to get worse. One of the issues we might see with this, and I believe this perhaps addresses some of the questions of why is this an issue for the council. Doing nothing at this point, we believe, would be, in the short term, maybe a little less administrative work on behalf of staff, maybe a little easier for folks who want to do some projects right away. We believe ultimately, though, this system will continue to fail in front of us, and the bill will become much higher, both in terms of immediate need for the public to handle this, the private to replace their side, as well as the exposure to not only wastewater, where it would overflow into our creek streets and environment, but as well as expose us again to third-party lawsuits that we have seen in the past.
You gave us some data showing that about half of the sewer lateral, private sewer laterals, we actually don't know the condition of. There hasn't been a video inspection on those. That's correct?
That's correct.
Do we think that the ratio of failed, poor, and fair is probably similar to the ones we have inspected? Is that a reasonable assumption, or?
My statistics teacher would tell me not to extrapolate beyond known data curves, but I think it's plausible that we would see, because we have kind of a, again, my statistics instructor, because we have kind of a random data set, even within those confined areas there, I do believe we could make some assumptions that we would continue to see similar quality of pipe material on those private sewer laterals and the rest of those areas that have not yet been determined. That being said, one of the recommendations tonight for council would be the approval of monies from the fund that council has already approved for us to use to allow residents to have their laterals inspected. Again, the two-part of that benefit for us, because we would then have the data to make more educated determinations on the best path forward, but it would also allow people that might find, oh my gosh, I really do have a lateral that's in poor shape, to join that list where they could find someone upon, assumption that the program would continue, that they could then find someone through the sewer matchmaker to help them alleviate that problem before it actually backs up in their house.
I had asked her an agenda, it's in the agenda correspondence, I had asked about the ability to, if we could even sort of fine tune the inspection upon sale to say, we're going to require retrofit on sale, but only for failed systems, which there's only 10 right now in the whole database. It's probably more, of course, because a lot of them are uncertain. But we could partition that way potentially. We could say we're going to require retrofit of failed. The others would stay as they are. It's just simply a disclosure. Or we could even say failed and poor. We could do that. And then my follow-on question is, if we can do that, do we have, how are we making those assessments? Do we have sufficient criteria that we could clearly distinguish something that's failed versus something that's poor?
Yeah, thank you for that question, especially the follow-up part, because I think it's a very important point to make. That would be a policy on the first part. So if we were directed, we would come back with a proposal to do something like that. And it could be the failed. And when we say failed, those 10 that you're referring to, council member, are those that a camera can't even be pushed through the pipe. I mean, we're talking collapse. So just open ground in some of these areas are horrible shambles. But when we make those, so anytime we do any of these inspections, so anytime, let's say, a property sells in the city, and as part of that, the inspection needs to occur, a private company comes out, videos the camera, but then it's submitted. So this is not a third party doing this. This is submitted to our wastewater collection staff, and Mr. Peach and his team have actually undergone training for this, and they are certified as inspectors. So this is not a capricious, oh, this feels poor or this feels bad to me. It truly is established standards on a national level that can be determined to say, this lateral is in the poor or it is in the failed stage because it has these kind of materials, cracks, roots, missing parts, offsets, whatever it might be. So it does take out some of the subjective nature of that.
Thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you all for your questions so far and for all of your work on this, staff. So if we were to eliminate the offset program at this stage, is there a point where development or renovations that add fixtures would then come to a standstill in some areas? How does that work for areas that are in effect like at capacity at this point?
That would be, that's a very delicate one. So I'm going to I'll try to answer this another way, in that through our teamwork with others in the community services group and community development, we have made the state aware that we do have a program that we do require lateral replacements, because it had been asked before at the state level for guidance. Is this an impediment to people's ability to develop? And it was determined by the state that this program can still be allowed, because the absence of a program like this might result in a condition where we cannot supply water, or in more particular in this one, wastewater service to development. So there is, and this is also why we adopt this in, not in Muni Code or by resolution, but also why we adopt it in the wastewater and water element of the general plan. When folks come in to look at development opportunities like that, those water and wastewater elements really allow them to do, be it a CEQA or another analysis on, can we actually serve these properties? And that's why it is in there. So it could be problematic in the future if the wastewater system were to degrade. It would be difficult to allow future development to occur in these areas where we couldn't safely treat the wastewater.
Got it. And if we continue the program, and this is kind of a theoretical question because the addition of the matchmaking hasn't happened yet, but if we add in the matchmaking lateral list, what would happen if over time that list went away? Say they all got replaced, all the folks who opted into the list. Since we've heard at this point, it is kind of challenging to find folks. I could imagine a scenario where the list isn't very long. Does the program continue indefinitely, or is there just, I think you kind of alluded to this with Vice Mayor Shoresman, but there's kind of a constant flow of newly failed laterals. So the list just kind of continues on in that sense.
I think ultimately we will end up in a position, and I'm going to use the proposed removal of the 2 capacity constrained areas that we have already seen the success of a combination of a public and private program in place. So I do think that there is a point, and I'd be really hesitant to give a date on that, but I do think there is a point when we have repaired enough of the private system, those, having 75 to 100-year lifespans on these new laterals, that we really are far enough in front of it, and we are continuing through council's approval to continue to update and improve the public system, that we would really see a future iteration of this where we're removing the capacity constrained areas, and at that point not needing those additional private laterals to come into it. And I think over time, those remnants might be solved through people just recognizing that root intrusion and backups on their own are, we do have other mechanisms that we can actually proactively require replacement if it's truly multiple sewer overflows. I think that's where still a little cloudy on what that might look like, but I think that is a potential future scenario.
So to follow up on the last part of what you said, so there has to be multiple sewer overflows on a private lateral before we can require the replacement on a failed line. How do we work that at this point?
Good question. Just one. So, there is some discretion there on analyzing the source of the spill. We do take a close look. Ryan and his team will review a video. They investigate the site. But the current trigger, I know that was mentioned as a keyword in council correspondence, but that trigger for replacement would be a sanitary sewer overflow. And that's kind of the worst case, right? It's gotten to the point where it's backed up enough that it's actually spilled out of the system, and that would trigger a replacement.
But a failed line in and of itself isn't a trigger for a mandated replacement.
Not through the inspection upon sale program, and that's the third program. I don't think I mentioned that. Councilmember Schwarzman, you mentioned there was the rebate program, the offset program, and the third being the inspection upon sale program. And the way the current municipal code is drafted, it does not explicitly allow staff a path to condition replacement of through that inspection upon sale program. And getting back to our question number 1 here, 3 paths to go: continue the offset program. Second path could be that inspection upon sale replacement, back to that 2017 discussion, or potentially as a third option, we go back to, but we move on to a combination of both, acknowledging that there's an issue with existing infrastructure and new development, and they both have an impact on capacity issues combined with the public system.
Does staff ever stumble upon a failed lateral without it having become a problem yet, without it actually causing a visible spill yet?
Yes.
Is that something that you're on the main line and you are scoping along and you find a failed lateral on there and it gets marked as failed on the map, but it's not causing a problem as of yet? Well, it's causing a problem, but not a visible problem.
Good question. Not actively or mainly videoing the city mains, but through the inspection upon sale program, yes. We get, I think I have it in the correspondence, but over 1,000 inspections performed through that program. About 30% of those inspections have resulted in a poor condition. And so I think the comment that we've heard from part of the community is, we have an offset program in place for new development. What about what's already here? And what are we doing? And the current approach is we're not, the direction given to staff is we're not pursuing those replacements. We potentially could, acknowledging that that's part of the problem. And this is alternative 3 on the slide and what we're talking about, but that inspection upon sale program is kind of the third leg of our private sewer lateral programs. And again, there is a big data gap there. There is an unknown. We know there are issues. We know we have an old system, but greater than 50%, we just don't know.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I'm going to ask a small question I'm pretty sure I know the answer to, but, you know, in Cambria, for example, there's the moratorium because of building because there's not enough water. Is there ever a moratorium on building because of the sewer versus the wastewater versus the water?
Los Osos has a classic example of that. Historically, I don't want to wade into that one too deep.
No,
but,
no,
yes.
let's not.
Yeah, I think. Thank you.
Sorry, water humor.
Yeah, I think it's more common that you would see it on the water side. However, I think equally important is the wastewater side when we look at the health implications and environmental impacts of wastewater.
So in the realm of a city that is in California that has RENA numbers and we need to increase more housing, that's why we're discussing this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then we're discussing this also because of public health and sanitation reasons for our community, right? Because if we have sewer out, so I just, you know, as we're talking about this, I feel like we're talking about the policy already when we haven't gotten into the reason that we're doing this beyond the obvious lawsuit. So I just thought I'd kind of just bring us back to that a little bit of, I feel like we're getting really into the details versus a little bit higher first, I think, because that proactive versus reactive on number one, on this discussion item number one, I feel like is really kind of the first part of this conversation. So much more than let's talk about the, you know, Tinder of sewer, new sewers. I think the matchmaking is important, but I do think that we could maybe go up a little bit higher on our policy discussion before we get into the detail of it. But that's just my, I know, just my questions of how do we get to this level first and then go down to this level, or can we not, because we need to do it on each and every sample.
If I could take that's a fair comment. I think if I could take a step back, and we're talking about proactive versus reactive, we're looking at, you know, modeled conditions that we have high degree of confidence will occur in 10 years. And the thought from the city is, we know that's coming. We know we want to accommodate that build out responsibly. We have to take action. And if we don't, the reactive mode is we have a spill. We've allowed additional growth, additional flow. We know we don't have room to treat that flow. We're going to have spills. And so that's the high level, you know, takeaway of proactive versus reactive. We have this data. We know it's coming. What do we do about it?
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you, and thank you for clarifying. That's exactly what I was trying to get at. What you just said is, but just to clarify, with the third option that's listed there, the idea of keeping the database of, you know, kind of like, like a matching, like a dating service, right, where people match, you know, like I need a lateral, I need to replace one. That would only be something that would come up under the third item there. Is that correct?
That's not correct, Councilmember Marks. So I'm going to bring up an image here just so we can speak to something. But the city maintains a map online where any property owner can plug in their address. It would identify the condition of their sewer lateral, at least as the data that the city has. And so the idea with this matchmaking service is staff will conduct targeted outreach to these capacity constrained areas. Property owners could opt in to participating. And then the update to this map would be, in addition to the condition, the red, the green, the black, there would be a symbol that says this property is opted in to be an offset participant. Okay, and then that would, you know, allow that matchmaking
So, but this
connection.
is a separate program from the private lateral offset program.
Yeah, it's tied to the program, so if you got rid of it, you're right, I guess it would go away. If we continued the program with some modifications.
Well, that's why we go back to the other slide, if you could.
Right.
It has the three options. The first two say dissolve it. The third one says retain it. So my question is, logically, does this idea of keeping the matchmaking database only apply to the third option there?
The third or the maintained,
so
right.
This helps me just think about it. Okay.
Yep.
So then, when we're talking about inspection on sale, that's something that exists anyway, right? That's
Currently
continuing.
exists.
The question is whether if the inspection results in finding a failed lateral, would we want to require that to be replaced as a city requirement that goes along with the sale?
Correct.
That's correct.
And so my question there is, we're only using about half of the rebate money. Could the rebate be increased in a situation where the city is actually requiring it, when there is when that requirement is imposed upon sale? Question: can we change? Could the amount of the rebate be changed given a circumstance where the city is actually saying you have to do it?
I think that is one that we would have to come back after a little bit further analysis on that. I think that would be policy that could be proposed. If that's something that you wanted staff to follow up on, we could definitely do that. My only subtle hesitancy on saying absolutely we could do that, because we currently give $4,000 for any lateral, is that that money right there is public money going to a private party, and we need to consult with our legal advisors on the potential for gift of public funds. Now, we have made council has made findings in the past, because we have been able to demonstrate the benefit to the overall community to fix these private laterals, as we have seen with cost. It's far more expensive for us to try to replace large sewer mains, to have to further expand the WRF to handle this capacity, and even then there's only limited opportunity. So we have been able to successfully make that finding in the past, but having a slightly different when the city requires it is one I think we would have to follow up with legal counsel just to ensure that that was possible.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
I think one additional layer on alternatives 2 or 3 with requiring replacement through that inspection upon sale process is prior council study session 2017. The conversation centered around getting that replacement done prior to close of escrow, which is a very tight window, and we heard it loud and clear, that's not reasonable. The thought here and the new approach that staff would recommend is that that replacement get done within the standard duration for any other replacement, 6 months. We could consider an extension to even a year. Allowing more time, you don't have to get it done prior to close of escrow, but it would have to get done at some point. That would be just a difference between now and the discussion from 2017.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I think you pretty much just answered my question, because I was going to raise the concern that we had heard about it potentially holding up the sale of properties, and in the situation where you had found a poor or failing lateral through the sale inspection process, that would also give the buyer and the seller, I would think, an opportunity to negotiate that potentially as part of their sale, and who would replace that or how they would pay for that. And again, that's a private party discussion that the city wouldn't have to be involved in, but we could still give a little bit more time than just the escrow period for making that improvement, correct?
And that has been done in instances that I am aware of, is where the buyer had asked the seller, we would like to see a lateral. This is about 5 years ago when I talked to an individual on this, and that was part of the negotiated sale is, okay, but part of this is replacement. That being said, the timing of bringing a contractor in isn't always a guaranteed thing. And in a shorter escrow after that determination, we understand, and we heard very clearly from the real estate community, that could be an impediment right there, a real problem, because we can't always guarantee that a contractor is ready to mobilize and knock something out in 2 days. So.
And right now, with the requirement of inspection, if you find a poor or failing lateral through that inspection process, only the inspection is required, not the repair. So
That is correct.
you determine through that inspection process that there's a poor or failing lateral in the property that's up for sale. That's just information that the buyer and seller have that they do with what they want.
That's correct.
Or nothing, there's no requirement there.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, I think you've answered most of our questions. I do want to go back to the outreach question or the outreach slide. When we talk about this whole concept, it seemed to me from the areas that were on the map, there are some homes, a larger percentage of homes that are owned by seniors that have been there for a while. And I'm just wondering if there's been any outreach that's gone towards like the senior center or maybe some of the residential neighborhood associations. So they were more aware of the fact that this would be needed at all in the future.
Great question, Mayor Stewart. I think the approach here is we wanted to finalize this project, confirm the new boundaries, adopt or continue the current program before we did that kind of outreach. We have a database and a set of mailers ready to go, upon adoption of that new map, and that would be one of the next steps. One, to inform people of that new condition, but two, targeted outreach for the rebate. We want people to get that information. You might have a lateral, you're talking about an ADU expansion, these are the requirements. But I think the concern with early outreach to these new areas was we wanted to get them locked in and adopted first. But fair comment.
Got it, thank you. All right, we'll move forward to the rest of your next part of your presentation.
So I can give
I was just going to say, in part of our conversations in this initial round, just talking about the first discussion item, we have kind of, drifted a little into these others. So I think we can get to these a little quicker for you.
But just to recap before we move on, essentially, do we retain the existing program as is, alternatives, dissolving the program, keeping the current inspection and rebate programs? Alternative 2 would be dissolving the offset program and replacing, addressing the issue with the inspection upon sale replacement process. Option 3 would be retaining the existing offset program and bringing in those requirements for inspection upon sale replacement. So kind of 3 different menu options, or we just keep it as is. Moving on to our second discussion item. Again, we looked at that updated capacity constrained map, the current data set and model that we have based on all available data that we have. So second item here is, do we bring that updated map to the Planning Commission in October and back to Council in December to adopt and update the general plan? Next steps, again, would be Planning Commission, back to Council in October. Alternatives, don't really have one. The alternative would be that staff would operate off of data from 12 years ago, which it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but that would be the alternative. We don't update the map. If we didn't update the map, there wouldn't be a next step.
Councilmember Marks.
I think it makes sense. It makes sense to update the map, and I'm wondering if perhaps we could give you the direction as we go through the process now, rather than having your entire report and then going back to the options. Like we didn't really finish. We didn't give you direction on item number 1. So what I'm suggesting is that we go back to item number 1 and give you some direction before continuing. Otherwise, we're just going to have to recycle it again and go back again.
Well, I want to make sure we
What
have
do you
public
think?
comment, because this is just our question
we haven't had
phase.
public comment.
Right, we're
Okay.
this is a much larger.
you. I'm
Yeah, we have
jumping
four items to discuss, and
Okay.
then questions, and then public comment,
Okay,
et cetera. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to the third discussion item. We mentioned this a bit, but we're talking about a new inspection rebate for those properties that are located in capacity-constrained areas. Looking at that gap in data, that 60% of unknown, we'd like to incentivize increased video inspection. And so this proposal would be a rebate of $350 for anyone located in those two capacity-constrained areas. And if we get the direction to refine the details of the program, we would bring this back to council in December, and that would be adopted through a resolution. And so generally that's the idea. We need more data from the system. This would be one way to accelerate getting that data. Alternatives are we don't adopt the rebate, and the impact would be we would have less data coming in to staff. And then our third discussion item, our fourth discussion item, our existing private sewer lateral replacement rebate. A lot of the feedback we've received over the years is, can staff evaluate expanding eligibility outside of single-family homes? We've heard that several times. The current recommendation and idea here is, again, looking at those two capacity-constrained areas. Those are the areas of highest risk. The proposal is to expand eligibility to any property type located within those areas. So that would include multifamily and commercial. And if staff is directed to do so, we would bring this back to council after further evaluation in December to adopt. Impacts on adopted budget are unknown. It's a demand-driven program. Councilmember Marks, you mentioned there is a cushion in available funding, and we feel we have enough of that to proceed with a program. Potentially would be some budget modifications that supplement based on the participation, but that would be the idea. Expand eligibility for all property types in those two areas. And that's our last. I don't know if there are any questions on that one.
There is a question from Vice Mayor.
I do have a question on this one, and it kind of hints at what Councilmember Marks was getting at. Just wondering, first for clarification, right now the rebates are available in any part of the city, not just in the constrained areas right now,
Correct.
right? But you would be proposing maybe just having in the constrained areas. Right now, the rebates are only available for single-family homes, so you would be expanding it to other types of properties, but only in the constrained areas.
In the constrained areas, and then citywide single-family homes would qualify still.
Okay, so single-family homes. Okay, gotcha.
Right.
I also wondered, along the lines of what Councilmember Marks was saying, without probably making this too complicated, would there be any potential latitude for changing the amounts of the rebates based on, as Councilmember Marks said, if it was required, or maybe if it was for a multifamily building, or if there's some way to kind of tier the structure so that maybe to get people who have failing, maybe we want to give a little higher rebate to those who have failing laterals, or I'm just wondering if there's any, if staff have thought about any ideas around making a tiered structure to the incentives.
I think we could evaluate that. Again, I think similar to the question the first time on that, I think all of the same concerns would apply to an expanded program, especially of different property types like that. But that is something that, if directed, staff would be happy to evaluate with our legal counsel.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Boswell.
Thanks. So the idea of expanding to include multifamily and commercial for the offset program, are those eligible to participate in the offset program?
Yes, any property type that has, that condition would be eligible to be, serve as an offset. And so if we did move forward and retain the program and we have that matchmaking service, then all, all properties within those areas would be, staff would perform outreach to.
Right, so this could create by including them in the rebate program, we could increase maybe the likelihood they would be interested in participating in the offset program as well, correct?
Participate in the offset program as well as get an inspection performed so we can have the data.
Which would hopefully lead to ultimately a better collection system and less I&I.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay, with where we're at, so I just want to make sure I'm keeping in touch with where we're at with the questions. So first and foremost, we want to continue the sewer lateral program since we do not technically have to because we are done with the lawsuit or settlement duties of our lawsuit. That's really the first question that I assume you would like our answer on. And I think from what I heard from council remarks, that might be the easiest question to answer. Is that correct? Do you want us to continue, yes or no? No, I know, I just want to make sure. Is that what the question that we want to hear first?
That is how we order them. We can take them in any way, but that would be, I think, helpful because
I
some of
think
the other things may fall off if we're not.
Right, because I think the alternatives that were
directed to keep
under number one,
Yeah.
some of the other things in 2, 3, and 4 may affect the other answers underneath number 1.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, sorry, I just want to make sure. And then are we keeping the rebate program or not, updating the offset program or not, adding multifamily home if they were in constrained areas or not, right? Okay, just making sure I've recaptured it all. At this point, any other questions before we move on to public comment? All right, City Clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, we have 4 public speakers. The first one is Damon Mavis, then John Tricano, then Brian Ridley, and then Rachel Whalen.
Good evening. My name is Damian Mavis. I'm a local developer and resident. Good evening, City Council. I think this really comes down to basic fairness. So property owners own the sewer laterals and the city owns the rest of the main lines. So when there's a failure in either one of them, it seems like it's incumbent on them to fix it, right? So the city utility department is doing this constantly, fixing and upgrading the city's lines, but the public property owners are not holding up their end of the bargain, right? If the city can't keep up with their responsibilities, it seems like it's time to raise sewer fees. And I understand that raising rates is not popular, right? But I think if there's, on the same side, if there's a verified problem with a private lateral, then the owner should fix it, right? Having this connection to a sale of a home seems to make a lot of sense, but I also understand that that's not popular. But just because it's not popular doesn't mean that it's not fair or the right decision. And I just don't see the nexus in the alternative of making developers pay for it, because the sewer lateral that the developer is installing is not leaking. Those are brand new, those aren't leaking, right? And you look at the future capacity constrained issues or areas potentially like Upper Monterey, Foothill area, those are areas that are potentially undergoing new specific plans, et cetera, that are going to focus on housing. And that seems like that's a little bit counterproductive. Everybody likes a real world example, so I'll share one. We have a 49-unit mixed-use housing project in entitlement phase in a capacity constrained area, which might not be in the future, but it required 37 laterals to be replaced to offset it. The utilities department was great to work with and figured out a sewer main replacement project to account for the sewer laterals. Thank God we didn't actually have to go find 37 laterals to replace. We're in escrow to sell the property, and because of this sewer main replacement, it took exactly a $200,000 price decrease in the value of the property. So that's what we're paying, even though the laterals we're going to install are not going to leak. But I think that comes down to, I have one vote. Those potential 37 sewer laterals each are owned by a homeowner that each has a vote. So those are 37 votes, right? So we heard today that 30% of the scoped laterals need to be replaced. And so it's their property, their problem, they should replace it. The city has identified these 30% of the laterals that need to be replaced, but they're not following through with requiring them to be replaced. So
Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Tricamo. I'm a local contractor and developer. There's a lot of numbers flying around, and to Jan's point, they're really hard to track. I think that what's important to think about in this case is, having a community that has different neighborhoods versus having a community of diverse housing, and what infill does for creating diverse housing. And I think that the state government and certainly the city government has set out city goals and legislation on the state side to promote infill housing, because we've set that diversity of community as an important cornerstone of what we do. Infill housing is really tough, right? It's expensive, it's easy to throw rocks at, it's often subject to meetings like this where neighbors get to weigh in on things that don't really affect them, but they get to weigh in anyway, and that's part of that. And unfortunately, the lateral program is just another impediment to that kind of housing. Jan, thinking about the numbers, looking at their numbers, 3% of the funding to upgrade the sewer program, looking at, $5 million for this, $2 million for that, $400 for the sewer, that's what's going to these laterals. Looking at the report, there was a 3% repair rate of the laterals in Laguna, and that was enough to take that off of the list of capacity constrained areas. Now, by the numbers, that's hard to imagine that that's really a measurable thing, right? And then, the question when you really get into the numbers is more about equity, right? So if you're creating an affordable ADU conversion because you want to have a rental at your house and you want to afford to live here, and it's $100,000, a $10,000 or $15,000 lateral is 10 or 15% of the cost, right? And then you're going to pay $10,000 or $15,000 to replace a lateral on a person's $1 million home, right? And so there's a break here when we talk about roping developers and people who are trying to build and people who are trying to create infill housing with these costs. And that's not to say that this isn't an important issue. Obviously, we can't flow sewage into the creek. But I do think that there is a real consideration about city goals and what we're trying to get at, and programs like this and what they're preventing. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Stewart, council members. I'm Brian Ridley. I'm a local architect working with homeowners and developers on projects big and small throughout the city. I'm also a longtime resident of San Luis Obispo, reside on Murray Avenue, currently destined to be swallowed up by proposed Area 1. So as I looked at the reports from West Yost and the staff report, I struggled a little bit with the data as it relates to the actual impact of the private lateral replacements. There's a characterization that 50% of the system is public and 50% is private, but that only looks at length, doesn't take into account the diameter. So I had a chance to just crunch some numbers while I was sitting there. And if you factor in the inches as it goes, the public side is more like 62% and the private side is more like 38%. So they're not quite in balance as the reports would suggest. And so trying to understand the information a little bit more, I took a look at the sewer lateral portal this afternoon, took a look at the Laguna area, tried to see which laterals, how many had been replaced since 2016, so the last 10 years. So I found that 86 laterals are documented there as replaced, which is about a mile of 4-inch pipe over those 10 years. And so that would be equivalent to a quarter mile of 16-inch pipe, more on the public side. And so you can see where larger improvements make bigger change much faster. Also, I will just say these are all, as I understand the calculations, I will allow that I could be wrong. And so the The West Yost report also says in that Laguna area, which is proposed to be pulled off of the capacity constrained area, says that, quote, a key factor in why 2 of these areas are no longer considered to be capacity constrained was the implementation of sewer rehabilitation projects. And in that area, there was a replacement of a, quote, deteriorating trunk sewer running under a farm, which is part of the San Luis Ranch development project. Looked to be about 2,000 feet of now 24-inch pipe. So it's not hard to see how significantly public improvements outweigh the private lateral replacement in terms of impact. I also looked at proposed Area 3 for laterals because I was having a good time. And there were 101 replacements in about 2/3 of that area. I didn't quite finish, but yet we're seeing that that's being added. And so the whole point here really is that I question in general just how effective the lateral replacement program is in terms of I&I versus how effective it is on the public side. I would also like to just say that residential development already carries with it requirement to pay impact fees for wastewater. So new development projects that aren't replacing laterals are paying into the system that is there. And that is ostensibly to create increased capacity and support maintenance of the system at large. Additions to existing single-family homes, however, do not pay impact fees, nor do I think that they should. Residential capacity in existing lots and neighborhoods adds incremental density, and I'm going to run out of time, which is too bad, but I'll send you an email. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Rachel, it's Greg Nguyen and then Andy Pease.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and council members. I'm Rachel Whalen, the Governmental Affairs Coordinator at the SLO Chamber. On behalf of the Chamber, I want to thank the city for its commitment to improving our infrastructure, an essential foundation for the long-term success of our community. Tonight's topic is very technical, so I'm going to dive right into our board's thoughts on the recommendations that are before you. For discussion item 1, we support alternative number 2, dissolving the wastewater flow offset program and requiring replacement of private sewer laterals located in capacity-constrained areas during the inspection upon sale process. Our board believes that developers should not be tasked with replacing other people's laterals, sorry. The offset program adds costs and complexity that discourages housing production at a time when our community urgently needs more housing. By contrast, inspection and repair upon sale is a more efficient approach. It places the cost where it belongs, provides the city with improved infrastructure, and would help contribute to creating a stronger housing supply and a more balanced market. A balanced market leads to more transactions, which means more opportunities for inspections and better data collection than the current offset program can provide. For discussion item number 2, that sounds easy, we support it. Discussion item number 3, we support this recommendation and we encourage that the city explore what it might look like to create economies of scale through securing bids with preferred contractors that would then be available to residents. This has the potential to control and lower costs while also allowing the city to scale its rebate program more effectively. We understand this approach would only be viable if it did not trigger city contracting laws, so we recognize there is more work to be done to determine the feasibility. And the Chamber is open and eager to continue this conversation with you to find a path forward. For discussion item number 4, we support this item, but we recommend structuring tiered rebates for repairs. Since replacement costs can vary widely, a tiered system would ensure city funds are allocated based on the severity of the issue. We appreciate your leadership on this important infrastructure issue, and we look forward to continued collaboration to make SLO a resilient, affordable, and thriving community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Greg Nguyen, Architect, 1145 Marsh. I want to start off by saying thank you to staff. They've been really good about keeping us informed, and been to a handful of meetings where we've talked sewer all day. It's been kind of great. Learned a lot in the process. Councilmember Shorsman, you asked how did the offset program work, and I do a lot of these, and here's how it kind of really worked. A family of 4 that's been living in 900 square feet wanted to grow their house to get a couple rooms for the kids, grow another 400 square feet. and maybe had a bathroom so they didn't have to use the same shower as the parents. And they got hit with 2 sewers for $20,000. And they just went, wow. And that's what happened. And it was never paid for in a 50-50 split or some negotiated settlement. It was just always whoever was building paid for it. And it seemed punitive. That being said, I've been the beneficiary of one of these, so I think it's a good program. You know, how can I complain? But it's weird. It's a weird program. I believe that the transfer on sale is the right way to do it. If I were a home buyer in San Luis Obispo and I got the disclosure that said the lateral is in poor condition, I would immediately go to the agent and say, I want a $10,000 discount on the price. And if there was no requirement by the city for me to spend that $10,000 on a sewer, I'm going to get a new roof. And the money's already been paid for by the seller, probably. We might as well just tack it where it's supposed to go. And this idea of using it like a standard building permit issue, where they have 6 months to a year to get this thing fixed, seems like it's perfectly appropriate. I am totally in support of the CCTV, that the rebate for that makes total sense, and the chamber idea of bundling those seems great. I really like the idea of including multifamily and commercial properties. The sewer pipe doesn't care what it's connected to, so it makes sense that number 4 works. I am curious why there's a reduction in the rebate program from 97 units down to 28, even though the rebate number has gone up. And I don't know why that is, but clearly something is happening there. And Councilmember Boswell, the idea, we're researchers, this idea of data, you know, back to the idea of the cameras, we need data. So the more of this camera work we can get done, I think is super important, and support all those things. So staff, again, thank you, appreciate it. Good job. Perfect timing.
Mayor and council, thank you so much for this opportunity. We've visited and revisited this issue, and it's just messy, right? So, but I think you nailed it. We have to do something, because that was the whole point of this program, is that at some point we'd have to say, no, you can't build here at all. Okay, you can build here, but in order to build here, you need to do these other things to offset the physical reality that we do not have the capacity, one, at the wharf, but just in the pipes to get them to the wharf in the first place. So I think what I'm hearing is things have improved in terms of our collection and our grading. I'm really interested and supportive of that, because part of the issues that we've had is that even just the grading, we weren't sure, are these private sewer laterals really contributing to the problem in the same way? It sounds like they are. I think as you develop to advance to the next stage of recommendations, to be able to ask staff to make sure that a private sewer lateral that is, failed, for sure, they ought to be required to replace it. I think that makes a lot of sense. It's a very small number. Poor, there's gradations of poor. If there's one little hole, is that really contributing to the problem in a way that's at scale? So just kind of a volume of contribution to the issues, I think would be the only thing I'd want to make sure that if you go the path of requiring, which I think makes sense given some amount of time, just to make sure that scale to what the problem really is on the impact of the system. And then otherwise, yes to incentives, yes to inspection, increasing the inspection. I don't see realtors in the room, so sure, time of sale, let's go for it, right? There's going to be, that's what we heard before, right? That there was a lot of concern about how that's going to gum up. So I would just, I would continue, I wouldn't abandon, if we can come up with time of sale and that's going to have the impact we want, great, but I think we need to have something so that sorry developers, but if, it's better than nothing, right? We've got to be able to have that kind of trade-off program if we need to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is that our last speaker, City Clerk?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. At this time, Mr. Floyd and Lehman, would you like to respond to any of the public comment before we get into additional questions and/or deliberation?
I'll go first and see if Chris has something to add. I'd be a little hesitant from this standpoint, to really get into some of the specifics on comparing public and private. I really want to share that I think the questions being raised on the contribution are valid questions to ask. I think we also find ourselves in a reality where we are in a data poor environment. I think what we can show is the success of a cumulative program of, through whatever tactic, addressing both flows from private and public sides of this. We are gaining. We do have a better model than we had before, and we are showing the success of that combined approach of public and private right there, with being able to propose removing 2 of those capacity constrained areas, as well as in the very tangible, maybe not tangible, reality that we have gone from 35 spills a year into 1. So this is a successful combination. Now, how we get there, I do believe, Council, that's a policy one, so I'm not going to weigh in on that. The other one that I would also, as kind of a higher level, is I appreciate the comments that we have received from this community that spoke this evening throughout this, and trying to bring these alternatives and these different concepts to the council for consideration, because, as doesn't need to be said, it's a very complex issue in front of you. So on the staff perspective, I'm also sorry that this is not a very easy one for us to have a discussion on tonight. But I do think we did hear a nice representation of all of the feedback that we have heard throughout the years of engaging with our stakeholders on this.
Thank you. And as said many times, we are not left with the easy questions. We're left with the hard ones at this time. So yes, here we are. I will say that, there was a comment, and I'm pretty sure everyone's read it, but there was a couple comments in from realtors in our email. So just as a reminder that we do hear people that come to our meetings, as well as people who send in letters or voicemails or texts. So just as a little bit of a public comment out there. With that, this is a little bit of, the stress ball when you squish it. And when there were some comments around developers versus private owners, and I know we've had a conversation before, so I feel like just needs to be said one more time in this group, or in this moment, is if you had a lower flow that's going through a pretty terrible pipe, and you had no additional water added, it's not great. It's definitely not poor to failing. But if you all of a sudden shove a whole bunch of extra water in, now that thin pipe that had lots of little tiny cracks is now shattered. So I look at that and I think there's definitely if you're pushing more water through, or if you already live in the house, there's both sides to this aspect. And that's why we're having this conversation, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, just thought I'd make that comment. All right, with that, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just had a couple of follow-up questions based on the public comment. I was wondering if we could get a little clarity on Greg's comment about the reduction in rebates. If you could explain that, what he was talking about there.
One moment, we'll bring that slide up. I believe we have some additional information on this.
Sounded like there was a reduction from 96 to table 1. Yep.
Okay. Lisa, can you bring the PowerPoint back up? Give me one moment here.
we have that one. I just trying to bring it up for everyone there.
Okay. I don't have the table in my presentation, but you know, speaking to the rebate trend, I don't have a good explanation. I think, you know, one explanation could be we launched the program or relaunched the program really in 2019. Historically, we've had a voluntary replacement rebate program. The amount was $1,000 historically. And in 2019, the amounts were increased to $2,000 and $3,000. Quite a bit of public outreach and presence at City Council kind of reinvigorated the program. We had a peak in 2020 with 97 rebates, and we've trended down since then. I think the best explanation and full transparency is we need additional outreach.
Got it. So I just wanted to make sure I understood what you're referring to. So it's just the number of folks who are taking advantage of the rebate program in that chart. Got it. Thank you so much.
Funding is available, and we have actually extra money, and that's one of the reasons we feel comfortable expanding eligibility. I think it's just going to come down to additional outreach and direct mailing. That's one of the recommendations that we've given to our team, is getting outreach to the right people, really, which is everybody. And so if we're going to expand that eligibility, we need to ramp up the outreach to get those people aware that the money's available.
There was a comment from Damien about the needing to replace potentially 37 laterals. Obviously, in that case, there was an alternative that was presented. But out of curiosity, is each one of those, if he needed to go ahead and replace the 37 laterals, would each of those property owners then still be eligible for the rebate in that case?
Yeah, so on the hypothetical that Mr. Mavis had to go out and actually replace 37, each of those property owners in that area, yeah, would have been able to do the lateral rebate right there. There is the pathway that Mr. Mavis went down on that one and Covell there is an alternative for director discretion to come up with a functional equivalent, and that's just because the administrative time on that and actually asking someone to get 37 of those done right there, and we understand ones and twos a little easier. Yeah, so
incredibly cumbersome to go through the
Council
process.
did give us an alternative pathway,
particularly without our matchmaking in place. Yeah. And there was another comment about potentially having kind of contractors lined up, preferred bids. And I understand there's probably a lot of legal questions that need to be answered around that. But one of the concerns that has come up and that I think I've been wrestling with is the variability in costs, that you could potentially get saddled with a lateral that has a lot of issues, is longer, or whatever. You come across something unexpected, and now it's $25,000 instead of the $10,000 to replace it. And that's theoretically on the person doing the renovation on their house or the developer or whoever to foot that bill. And I know we talked this through, and you said, there could be cost sharing, this could be split, but it sounds like more often than not, it just gets taken on by the people who are developing their homes. And I was wondering, can we look at ways to sort of flatten the cost? Is that like the preferred bid, the preferred contractor, I think we talked a little bit about, varying I think you talked a little bit about having a tiered approach if things get more complicated. Is there a way to kind of create a more equitable situation?
I think we start again getting into that area of if the city has ownership or if we're making recommendations there, there is potential for some concerns on, does it trigger other requirements for that construction that might not be applicable to just private parties? I think this is one of the areas that staff could perhaps in our outreach, and this is something that when we have a conversation with folks, but maybe we can find an acceptable way to share the sentiment, that with any project like this, this is a replacement of a sewer lateral, has to be done to city standards. So we're really talking about more of a commodity here, and I would highly recommend that people get multiple bids. We have heard stories about people going with the first bid they get, and sometimes we're like, oh goodness, because we have awareness of what other people are also paying in the same area. So I think that is something that we could perhaps find a acceptable manner in which we could educate homeowners, potential people replacing their sewer laterals, I know the development community is very familiar with multiple bids, but the realtors also might do well to advise their clients. Shop around, get a couple. The variability does exist out there, and that's
Yeah.
something we really
Can I add with yours?
Please.
So
I have one more.
maybe in the realm of, I understand with 218 and our challenges similar to the utility assistance. What about a range of what someone should expect? Can we maybe give some guidance on that? And that might be what we've typically seen in the area. So I don't know if we can, and I know we don't have those answers yet today, but just as we're talking about this conversation, I think it is hard to think about causing lots of cost to other people in the community without having a little bit of an idea of how to helpfully guide people through it.
I would like that in our education and outreach. We can actually look into that. I will say, and I can commit to this point, that we will look into that, and if that is appropriate, if I'm hearing direction from staff on that, some head nods. I think that is something we can include is, hey, this is typically what we have seen in these. And I think we can talk about that because that is available data, and I think we can talk about that without getting too far into the, into something that would get us into a little more trouble. So.
I think this data was in the report, but I'm just not remembering off the top of my head. I know we had kind of a lot of discussion out here about kind of pitting the inspection upon sale versus the lateral offset program. And do we remember how many laterals are replaced annually as part of the lateral offset versus the number of homes that are inspected and found to be poor or failed in a year?
I can give you some rough numbers. So approximately 75 a year through the offset program, whereas, since the program's inception, 2019, we've done about a little over 1,000 inspection upon sale applications, and approximately 30% of those have been identified as being in poor condition. A very smaller percentage has actually failed, less than 1%, but a good portion, about 30%, have been identified as poor. And that poor means there could be major gaps in the pipe, major root intrusion. These are major issues that could lead to failure in the future.
That kind of gets to Andy's comment or question at the end about kind of the contribution of a pipe that's graded as poor versus one that's graded as failed, and if we can quantify I know there's going to be variability in there, but is there a way for us to kind of understand how bad it is to have a poor one versus how bad it is to have a failed? I think failed is quite obvious, but.
Yeah, I think that's, and I appreciate that because I do think failed is bad. I mean, failed we can obviously say. The tricky part of this, and this is where we are trying, where we're asking council to essentially establish broader policy, recognizing that the absolute reality in the world is it's so multivariate. So when we're talking about this, and this is why I'm hesitant to make these comparisons between what does an 8-inch, public main look like that may have a couple offsets versus what does a fragmented home that has a 25-foot lateral versus one that's in a little better shape, but it has 250 feet of lateral. This is where we get into so many of these, and then further compounded by height of groundwater right there, the types of soils that might be around their area. And this is, this is where we get into such multivariate on trying to say, yes, that one is absolutely horrible beyond just the condition. You could have someone that was in a very rocky area on a high area without groundwater right there. We wouldn't in the real world see as much infiltration into that as someone who lives in a very wet part, high groundwater areas on a wet water year that just has a lot more coming into that. So this, I apologize that there really isn't a great metric that we can provide, or the industry hasn't come up with yet, that we can absolutely, and in absence of inspection, we are totally blind on any assessment there.
Fair enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
You didn't want to go through your. I was just going to ask Councilmember Francis if she wanted to go through her comments on the study questions, or are you? I'll wait till the questions. Okay. So we're ready for deliberations? or is there more questions? Go ahead.
For deliberation, I mean, some of it's deliberation question.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'd say just go for it.
Okay, so I'll start it off and we'll see where this goes. Thank you to staff. This is a super complicated, super detailed, super in the weeds conversation. And I appreciate, Mayor, you kind of trying to bring us back to why we're doing this. It's not just because we're at the end of our requirements to fulfill a lawsuit. This is because this is about public health and safety and future development and future housing for our community. And it doesn't feel good to just say, okay, we're done with that lawsuit. So, you know, everybody as you were and do whatever you want, because that could result in some really bad things, especially for the 16th oldest city in the state, where we know we have really aging infrastructure, and that's not going away, especially if we don't do anything. So it's also really complicated because at our level here, we're set to make, we as a council are supposed to make really broad policy, and there's always going to be winners and losers to pretty much any decision that we make, and we make systematic decisions here, and when it gets down to the individual level, it's going to impact every individual differently. And I have empathy for the developers who are building our housing in our community and, you know, dealing with these issues on a day-to-day basis and building good infrastructure to take care of the new housing that they're building. And I also have empathy for the buyer and seller on an individual level of a home that is trying to get as much money as they can out of that sale or that purchase so that they can then turn around and buy another property or, you know, carry on with their daily lives in whatever way they're going to. And it's expensive. It's costly to live in the state of California and in San Luis Obispo. And I know that if I were asked to pay $15,000 for a sewer lateral right now that I, you know, had a failure that was caused by my house, I would have to dig deep, and it would take me a long time to pay it off. And so I empathize with those property owners too. And at the same time, there's the issue of fairness, right, that one of our commenters talked about, and equity, that we try to make the best decisions for everybody in the community so that we can have the safe, livable community that we all deserve and don't have to worry about water and sewage backing up anywhere along our system. Very, very important. And I think it's important to call out, and some of our commenters talked about this too, but maybe aren't quite aware that the city does have a long list of capital improvement projects that we're doing on an annual basis to update some of the large infrastructure. So no matter what policy decisions we make in the future, you know, right now we're just giving feedback to staff about where we, you know, where we'd like to see things go and what they should come back to us with. But we are doing those big things along the way that benefit the entire community, and it's paid for by everybody, by all of the ratepayers. When we, you know, they're putting new sewer lines along Bishop Street, where I go every single day right now. And we've got projects like that happening all over the city and the wharf and et cetera. So I think the city is trying to do their part within our means to fix the large infrastructure everywhere we can. So those bits aside, I think when it comes down to the study questions, and this first one is the hardest, is I don't know that it's, getting back to fairness, that it's right to just dissolve the offset program altogether. I think there's work that can be done to make it easier, and I've heard staff say that they have some ideas for the matching program. I'd be open to whatever education they can provide along with the matching program to help people make educated decisions about how to go about negotiating these offsets for themselves and others to get desirable outcomes for everybody. I also don't know that it's fair to just put it in option 2 to me, option 1 is dissolve the program and just do the rebates. Option 2 is dissolve the program and switch it over to the upon sale process. And I don't know that that's really fair either. It kind of switches the responsibility. The developers are currently carrying to homeowners and people who are buying and selling. So I'm not super stoked on just switching the set of winners and losers between 1 and 2. I think I lean towards 3, which to me feels like the balance between shared responsibility. And I do like the idea that was mentioned about trying to do what staff can to make it so that it doesn't stop the sale of housing, extend the amount of time that give people more time to get the work done, what have you. I'm open to other ideas as well. When it comes to question number 2, maybe you could switch the slide. I asked a question about this in the agenda correspondence, which, by the way, thank you for answering all my questions up front in a very clear way. If we could just do this by ordinance, and my idea was to try and, I thought that seemed like it would be easier and less labor intensive than doing a general plan amendment, but it sounds like that's not really an option. So I think it's the right thing to do to go off of our most current data and our most current maps. So I would say yes to amending the general plan. And then 3, I think, is about the rebates. Yes, it's pretty clear that we have super incomplete data. And by helping people pay for the cost of doing the inspection, maybe that will help us get us to a better spot with our data and a more complete picture of where we need to do the most work. So, and it seems like we have money set aside enough to cover the costs of this for a lot of people who might otherwise not do it. So yes to discussion item number 3. And then number 4, I think, expanding eligibility. I think I gave a few ideas already of what I'd be curious to see if there is some sort of tiered structure, and I'm open to the idea that Councilmember Francis was saying too. I don't know what that looks like, but some way to make it so that those whose failing laterals are having the most impact, or who are being required, as Councilmember Marks suggested, or I don't know, maybe there's other types of tiered ways to get it, especially the poor and failing laterals. That seems like the most important ones to deal with. So open to, and I think it would be great if you all have to come back to council for some more feedback on that. Happy to look at that when the time comes. And I think that's pretty much it for now.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you, and thank you for this in-depth staff report. And I really also appreciate all of the analysis and the help in identifying the policy questions that we have to answer tonight. So I'd like to start off by just going back to some comments which Director Floyd made, that we have a data poor environment, and so I think we need more inspections. Anything that can contribute to the increase of inspections would be good. And also I noted that the present program is succeeding. The present program is succeeding, so I'm going, why should we dissolve it if it's succeeding? And, you know, it seems to be a positive, you know, although flawed program, but at least it's making some progress. So when I look at the first study session, I would go with alternative number 3. And I like the idea of keeping the database of people wanting to have replacements, or the, you know, matchmaking, you know, the dating app or whatever. I think that's a good idea. I also think that the concept of inspection on sale is something that we should look at further. inspection on sale, that's what I meant to say. Especially if you have a failed lateral and you're selling a home. There's so many things that have to be fixed when you're selling a home, all these termite inspections, and you go through having all these different inspections made. And I think this should just be added to the list of things that people need to do, especially if it's a failed lateral. That said, though, I think we do need to look into the idea of tiered rebates or increased rebates. And I'm going to just step back a little bit and speak personally. We bought our house in 1988. It was built in 1962. It had Orangeburg pipe. It had Orangeburg pipe, which is made out of asbestos and wood fiber. And I just read on Wikipedia said the Orangeburg factory shut down in 1974. Well, we still had the Orangeburg there in it was about 1990 that the whole thing just completely collapsed and we couldn't flush the toilet and we were going, what the heck is happening? So there was no rebate, there was no support from the city or anybody else. And we had to, it was very fascinating. The city actually did come out and film, did a little video of the, which they said, hey, you want to look at it? And they said, oh, sure, So it was completely destroyed. And so we had to pay, I've forgotten how much it was. I do, however, know that we were both working hard. We had 2 kids, we had a mortgage, and we had to take a home equity loan to pay for it. So it was like more debt. So anything we can do to ease the burden on the homeowners, I think is important. Going back to the idea of requiring a replacement if there's failure on sale, that's not going to capture everything because of Proposition 13, people are aging in place as much as possible. So point of sale is not going to always work. Often the homes in which people are aging in place are also old, and so there's a greater likelihood that the lateral is going to be failing. So I think we also need to include what we're doing right now with the matchmaking so that you could have a situation where, possibly people who have been living in a place for a long time can have some assistance in doing something that they really need to do, which, let's see what else I wanted to say. I'm glad that Orangeburg is no longer being used. It's terrible. Anyway, so that's my feedback on number 1, and go on to number 2. I think the staff recommendation makes perfect sense. And number 3, what was that? Yes, I think we should look at the whole question of the rebate. And I don't know if tiered rebates would work, if that would be on an administrative level too complex. But if we're talking about an absolute failure of a lateral, perhaps the city could give a higher rebate as opposed to walking away from it and saying, oh yeah, it failed, but guess what? You don't have to replace it. I really don't like that. Okay, and number 4, what was that? Excuse me. Yes, I would agree. What?
For commercial and multifamily?
Yes, for commercial and multifamily, I think that makes sense. I mean, in general, somebody said the pipes, was it Greg, the pipes don't care? Yeah, and so I think that this whole idea of trying to improve our situation in a proactive but fair way makes sense, especially because of our aging infrastructure. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you. When I first read our agenda packet, there were a few things that struck me. One is that the court order had expired, but yet we still had a program. So courts forced us essentially through settlement to put in place a program we may not have put in otherwise. So it immediately raises the question of, well, we're not under the court order anymore. Why are we continuing the program? But I think the report also lays out, and in my questions, the reality is that we still have an I&I problem, infiltration, inflow problem in the city. And even with our, what did it end up being, $140 million worth project, which I did want to point out that as well. On the public side, we have made one of our largest investments ever as a city, maybe the largest investment ever as a city in a public works project to improve our water system. So we're doing our part. But yet, even with that upgrade and the increase in capacity and the ability to treat, we still will see the system not performing the way we want it to at times because of this problem, of the inflow problem. And so, yeah, the court order's expired, but the problem, better than it used to be, but it still persists. So there's still a need for action by the city of some sort. So that begins, so then, of course, the obvious next question is, what's the action? The second thing that struck me was that people that we determined had failed laterals, we weren't requiring them to replace them. And I think the first thing I thought of was, if my water line broke, I'd have that thing replaced in probably 24 hours, right? Because your house is effectively unlivable without your water line. But if the sewer line fails, depending on how it fails, sometimes it fails in a way that in 24 hours you're getting it fixed as well because it's going towards you. But oftentimes it fails in a way that you can still continue to use your house in the way that you used it, but you have a failing system. And so people, hey, I'm going to put my problem on the public, basically. So that struck me as kind of odd. And then the last thing that struck me was how clunky the offset program is. And we had heard about it with some correspondence several months ago about folks who are really struggling to get the match made. And we've heard with larger projects that, it can even be, it seems to me almost impossible at a size, some of the projects we heard, coordinating that many different individual transactions. So I've been a little skeptical of the offset program, and I don't think anything I heard tonight made me sort of less skeptical of the program. I think one of the key things for me was thinking about the fairness here. And it seems we have three parties. We have the city, we have private property owners with private sewer laterals, and we have the development community who's in this mix as well. Those three parties. As we've talked about on the public side, we've made a tremendous investment. We're certainly doing, I think it's clearly arguable, we're doing our part to address the situation. The development community outside of the offset program, not only when they create a new development, they obviously have to put in new infrastructure. The nice thing is that we don't put in Orangeburg pipe anymore. We don't put in clay pipe. We don't put in cast iron anymore. We put in infrastructure that's going to last, hopefully maybe 100 years, but who knows? But certainly much longer lasting than the past. So new development is putting in better technology that will last a longer time. It should be less of a problem over time going forward as we continue to develop and retrofit. But the other thing is they pay an impact fee. They pay impact fees for their impact to the wastewater system for the city. So they also are responsible to pay into the system to help improve our wastewater system. But the private property owner has not been asked to pay or not been required to pay. Obviously, they do many times on their own because, again, if the system fails and it's affecting you. you're going to replace it. So my inclination is to dissolve the offset program and to move towards a retrofit upon sale program. I know this is common. I believe it's common up in the Bay Area, so it's not like we're going to be the first city that's ever done this. I think a lot of cities have these kind of retrofit upon sales. I think there's an interesting question here about where we set that threshold. I mean, I think failed is obvious, but that's only 10, and assuming the ratio stands, it would be 20 citywide. So that's not going to get us very far. So clearly the threshold would have to be higher. I don't know if, there's a poor and a really poor threshold that you can figure out, but maybe looking at what could those criteria be that would set a couple of different thresholds and give us some ability, if we went this direction, to ultimately sort of choose where maybe that threshold is for the required offset. And because it's at, it's not, hey, you're poor now, you have to go and replace it now. Because it is at sale, as we've discussed, this can be a part of the negotiation between the person selling and the person buying as to how it will be paid for. I think we can also continue to provide the rebate program to make that easier to occur. And we also know that there is a public benefit as well as a private benefit to getting those laterals. So I think it makes sense to continue the rebate program to lessen some of the burden of that retrofit upon sale. But I think that, to me, that feels like the most fair way to do this. That way, everyone, all parties, all three parties I named, are helping support and modernize our wastewater system.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So when you say retrofit upon sale, but if that property's pipes are failing, similar to Councilmember Marx's suggestion of some people retiring in place and not ever moving out of that house, well, at some point, but it's failing now. They're not selling now. They're retiring in place. Where do we find that balance between failing right now, not selling?
Yeah, well, we need some sort of trigger, right, that would say, okay, now you have to replace. So because we have the inspection upon sale program, it's easy enough to add that at that point. We already have the inspection requirement, so we know that every house that goes through a sale is going to get inspected, and we will know the status of that lateral. We don't know the status of laterals for half the laterals in the city, right? So if we were today to say, okay, everybody in the city has a failed lateral, has to replace it within 180 days, which we could do. That would be another option. That's 10 for failed, but we don't know the status of 7,000 other property owners. And it would create a disincentive for them to get an inspection. Because if they went out and got an inspection and discovered it failed, they're suddenly facing a large bill. So I think it would inhibit our ability to get additional data on the city. So, ideally, with everybody with a failed sewer lateral, replace it tomorrow, yes, that would be the ideal. But it doesn't seem as practical, and it might create some disincentives that would work against our interests. So because we have that inspection currently, at the sale point, it makes sense to attach the retrofit program at that point as well. Now, that's my thinking on it. But I would be open if staff had some other thoughts about, particularly maybe on the failed systems, which again, it just still strikes me that we allow people to operate a failed system into our wastewater system that we spent $150 million to upgrade. And we don't allow our water system, we don't allow backflows into our water system, for example. That would be horrible. If you're doing that, that's fixed immediately, or has to be fixed immediately. So, but it seems like the practicality of figuring that out would be more challenging.
Didn't mean to cut you off if there was any more.
No,
That was my biggest
yeah.
question. Thank you. Councilmember Francis. Oh, sorry, Vice Mayor, did you have a question for that, for Councilmember? Yeah.
Thanks. Sorry, I guess this is kind of for staff, but it's based on something that Councilmember Boswell said. When in these like constrained areas, when there's a development, a lot that had a single family home, like the example that I gave that's now converted and, it's a lot split and it's got 4 units put on it, or you got a smaller development that's turned into a piece of property that turns into 10 units, or these smaller infill, do they still pay development impact fees as well as, and how is that calculated? The developers are nodding. I can see like if it's 37 units or something like that, but is it smaller developments still, even when it's infill, there's still, they have to obviously upgrade their infrastructure that they're putting in to build their pipes and laterals, but they also have to still pay impact fees for utilities?
That is correct. They still do have to pay those impact fees, and impact fees are calculated in a couple different ways depending on if it's residential or commercial, so square footage or meter size on that. But yeah, those are calculated. So they would still have to pay those impact fees too.
Okay, thank you. Wasn't aware of that.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you all so much for all of your comments and questions. I struggled with this one a little bit. I really want to see more development in the older parts of our community, and I understand that there are pretty substantial barriers to building in those areas that are largely attributable to bureaucratic programs like this that mean really well and then end up creating more barriers to doing the thing that we're trying to do. So that's something I've really wrestled with. I was also grateful for all the comments today about the city's investment in the public side of the system, which have been massive. And we're really seeing some incredible improvement on that. So we're making progress, which is great, and also making progress in removing some of the substantial constrained areas from the map, which is, I think, something to remind ourselves as we're talking about this. A lot of these places won't have the program applied to it anymore if we decide to move forward with it, because the program is only going to apply to development happening in the constrained areas where we're trying to add flow. So with all of that in mind, I feel like ending the program as it exists kind of amounts to kicking the can down the road in some ways. We have this failing system that's just going to continue to get worse. And if we just switch over to doing time of sale, then that doesn't even quite match the number of lateral offsets that we're getting annually right now. So it's not even a one-for-one exchange there, which makes it feel like we're slipping away from trying to improve a system that we were making good progress on. But I do like the idea of a shared responsibility. I feel like we need to really start to expedite fixing this system. And it would be great if during our next system-wide analysis, next time we crunch all of the numbers citywide, there are no more constrained areas, and we could potentially see them really shrink over the next decade or so. That being said, I really think we need to talk more about increasing incentives. And I know we're in a budget constrained time, so that's a tricky thing to talk about, but this is a burden to people, and it's a burden to developers, it's a burden to seeing the things that we want to see in the city. So making sure that whatever program we put in place, whatever comes back next, is just easier for people to use, that we look at either tiering the incentives or making the incentives easier to get for folks, so that we're taking some of that burden off. And then if we expand to time of sale, which I'm in favor of for failed and poor, I would like to make sure that folks have 6 to 12 months to do that. And the first 6 months after sale might even be a little bit tricky for people. So moving to 12 months to get that replaced, I think would be a more fair approach there. Moving on to study session item 2, I'm in favor of removing the old constrained areas and looking at new data. I think that's important. I'm in favor of incentives for the private lateral inspection for number 3. And I'm in favor of expanding the eligibility to additional property types. And I was wondering if we could also expand the rebate to apply to homes and businesses that are poor and failed that are outside of the constrained area. I think we talked about it only applying to those inside the constrained area, but if we're going to move to a time of sale model, I'd like for those incentives to also apply to multifamily and business outside of the constrained areas. All that being said, I think the devil's in the details here. So be really curious to see what the program looks like and kind of rehash this when it comes back. I'm not 100% sold on keeping the lateral program just because it has been so cumbersome. So if we can come up with something that works and continues to get at our goals, then I am definitely in favor of that. So thanks.
Thank you, and thank you each of you to all of the input. This is huge. This is a lot of conversation because it's a huge issue, and it's many issues within this huge issue. Quite honestly, we also have the constraint of Prop 218 having to pay completely for what we do with water and wastewater within its own system, its own small business, its own enterprise fund. And that is not the norm for every single cost that we have. And I think that's one of the parts that sometimes maybe the average person doesn't know or just kind of forgets because it's not in the top of their mind. But so as we talk about our tiered programs or assistance programs, we're trying to figure out how do we help everything in our community be more affordable and at the same time keep people safe as far as public health and at the same time get more housing. So these things are not necessarily, these things are somewhat at odds with each other to a point. But I do, when I really boiled it down, it's we need more data and we need to review it, we need to update it, and we need to repeat. And this is just this constant like rinse and repeat feel. And I think we've gotten this new data from the sewer laterals, from the new updates from our CIP, and what we're doing at the wharf, excuse me, but also with the wastewater reclamation facility. We don't know what it's going to look like completely when the whole Cal Poly wharf comes online. So we have questions we'll need more data for again. So I think there's that aspect of it. So I think anything that can do to ease the burden, I'm very much a fan of when it comes to assistance in some way, whether it's tiered, whether it's giving 12 months to help people. But the one thing that is dinging like a little red light, a red flag, I should say, is yes, give it an extra month. I know when you just buy a house, you've also got to buy a bed maybe, or some other things that are much more important to living everyday life. And, and there are people who flip houses and they're in and out quickly. So I just want to make sure that if we do make some sort of concession for about a year, that at the same time, if it's been sold in between that year doesn't keep just getting kicked down the can, the can doesn't keep getting kicked down the road. So just being aware of that. I think that we need to either keep the lateral program that we have, the offset program that we have, or come up with something new, which so far today has not been provided as far as something new. But I have had so many conversations with people who hate the lateral program, sewer lateral program. I totally get it. Partially, we're trying to help make it easier, the matchmaking, that process. But also, we're dealing with this, I feel like this round and round circle, and we talked about this the other day, which is the city is paying for things and it should be shared costs. The city is taxpayer money. It's taxpayers that are paying for this. So every time we go for a tax rate increase and people are upset about April to June, then we come back and say, sorry, we have to do more tax rate, a new sewer increase because we had people who didn't take care of their houses. And it may not have been that person, like you said. I mean, Orangeburg was canceled a long time ago, but still we have houses that are full of paper mache pipes. Awesome. Of course, simplifying the paper mache. But the point being that we have this round robin situation is people who may have owned their homes through generations for 50 years and didn't even know that's what their pipes were made of. Back to our data needs to be more full. So kind of jumping around a little bit, I'm definitely in support of the inspection and the city paying for that. I think it's clear we need more data. That's no question. And if it's not an instant, oh, cool, now we just looked at your inspection, now we're going to cost you more money, that would be a problem, I think. We want people to be voluntary. I think to say, hey, come on in, check it out, help me know what I have. I think that's important. I'm also supportive of time of sale inspections as well. Sorry, I just want to make sure I get through all mine. The other thing is when it comes to the constrained areas, I know we can't do a moratorium of building in certain areas. We want to see infill, but there is this push-pull, I think, and this is where I go back to number one of shared costs. There is this push-pull, even if we have this sad little pipe that needs some help, if it still has the same amount of flow through it, it's probably not going to burst unless there's some sort of storm. All of a sudden, we start putting more and more water through it because we are increasing infill and increasing housing, then all of a sudden that pipe that was kind of limping along is not going to limp along anymore. So I think we have a need to have a shared cost between the property owners and developers. So back to 1.3, I feel like it should be like 1C. So I think that is why I would say the shared costs, but I do think that we continue to get into this. In the end, we're compiling costs. Taxpayers are going to pay the cost, and the city's current funds are going to pay the cost, and the developers and the property owner. So, I mean, just looking at, there's a lot of costs that spread throughout everything. I guess the other part, going back to the no data, I am willing to bet, especially in an area where we have quite a few long-term residents that have maybe gained their house through generations and gifting, and or they didn't know sewer laterals were a problem. They really don't know what their sewer system is. And I think there's a real need to have some care around this outreach and explain, hey, you may not know what you even have, and here's where we're here to help you to know this. Because I think, going back to the backflow water conversation from Council Member Boswell, I have a feeling if you knew that you have sewer just hanging out, sewer water hanging out in, real close to your home, that may not be what you would want. So I think partially it's also just knowing this knowledge may be hopefully helpful to the community members, but I can imagine their fear of, and now you're going to charge me. So I think we have to have this balance in separation in a sense. But going back to the absolute failure of someone's pipes, then how are we going to manage that? Because then if we find out someone's pipes are completely failed, completely not working, what do we do here? So I think that's a conversation we have to continue to have as we get more data. If it's 10 properties, or if now that we get more information, it's thousands of properties, that's going to be a big difference. So I think the way that we might manage that program in the future, whatever that program happens to be, I assume might be different than what we're looking at right now. So something to think about. Again, study session, not answers right now. And I know there were some questions from public comment about our numbers. I think there's a lot more that we just said, is that we don't have a lot of the data, and so we do need to get a little bit more into the numbers. But looking at the money we have put in with the wharf and with additional help, I think we're going to continue to see this is how we do the work. So I do think it's a lot of this cycle that is not fun. It's costly, it's time consuming, and it's concerning as far as how our public health may be without that knowledge. So lastly, going into the multifamily homes, I was pleasantly surprised that the pipes wouldn't actually be as larger as I thought coming into the lateral program. So to me, I'm supportive. My concern for the multifamily homes, yes, pipes don't know people, they don't know the kind of program or the kind of housing, but my concern was there's so many more units that are going into this pipe that I was concerned it was going to be much, much more. But since it doesn't seem to be as much more, then I think it should go into the program for rebates. Because again, if we can help people want to make these changes, that's what we want to do. So that's my 2 cents. Vice Mayor.
Just on that point, I asked in the agenda correspondence, I think it does cost more to replace a lateral in a multifamily building though, right? I mean, it's, yeah.
There we go. Sorry about that. It's another one of those really, it's not a straightforward yes or no. So
Got it.
typically, if you're talking about a 4-inch from a normal residential, could it be a 6, an 8, a little bit larger? It depends on the size of the unit. The other thing, though, that is not, is really variable is it a 50-foot lateral or is it a 200-foot lateral? So you could have a, 4-inch that has to cross lanes of traffic and, ultimately connect on the other side of a larger busy road. That's going to be a more expensive lateral to replace than even a larger diameter but shorter distance on a, maybe it could be a multifamily like that. So it's not always something we can absolutely say that this is going to cost more than that one is right there. I do think, though, from a staff perspective, and I appreciate the comment from the speaker, the wastewater doesn't know where it came from either, but it still contributes right there.
Thank you so much. And, I started the deliberations. I do just want to emphasize what I've heard from pretty much everybody is that nobody has a whole lot of love for the offset program. Like, it's been cumbersome. There's some duplicative on the, from the perspective of the developers, there's some potentially duplicative costs that they're paying the development impact fees. They're paying to to put better infrastructure into the project that they're building, and then they have to potentially offset something else. So, but then at the same time, some of those older homes may not be offset if there wasn't, that a homeowner might not know to replace or might not be willing to replace themselves, might not ever get replaced until who knows how many years if there isn't an offset program. So I feel like it's sort of a necessary evil. So maybe there is some room for creativity around how that's implemented. Along with the matchmaking, I'd be open to ideas that staff might have or best practices from other cities on how we can deliver that program a little bit more effectively. But thank you so much for everything that you've done.
Yeah, thank you. And Madam Mayor, if I might, just to kind of summarize what we as, thank you.
We have one more, Councilmember Boswell.
Yeah, just a question and maybe something to look at when you go back and do your additional work. So, I mean, I sort of think a little bit too that the offset program is almost like a spatial impact fee, right? We're basically charging, if you're in a certain part of the city, we're in effect putting an additional cost on you to pay for to mitigate an impact to our city's wastewater system. So, but through this clunky mechanism, so my question is can we spatially charge impact fees? I don't know the answer to that question. Or is our impact fee sufficient, or just our general fee schedule, our impact fee schedule? If we're identifying that there are deficiencies in our existing system that are being exacerbated by development, and we've chosen this one mechanism as a way to mitigate that, given that the matchmaking is so clunky, could we just raise impact fees on that kind of development?
Assuming that's a question.
I mean, it's still a cost to the development community.
Yeah.
But at least it's one where you just write a check and you're done, as opposed to going and finding and working with maybe numerous individual property owners.
So
with uncertain costs.
Right. I think my response on that would be that we have in the past had different sewer sheds had different assessment fees on them, which essentially is a differential cost of impact fees like that. I think the issue that I might see on that, and staff can go back and do a little further evaluation, but if it is being collected on the public side, it would be then utilized for a public benefit project like replacing one of the public mains. And I don't know that we would ultimately address the issue of the private side still having that failed lateral that we wouldn't be addressing by collecting those higher impact fees, if I'm hearing you correctly.
Yeah, I think so. But maybe we could then use that money to pay for something and the other money to then go to more of the rebate program, or I don't know. Yeah. And I think it's, I'm not going to figure it out here. Yeah. My suggestion is maybe to take, is there a way to achieve almost the same outcome, but with just a much easier, and I know development community hates uncertainty. a much more certain process. Like going in, you just, here it is. This is what you have to do and what it's going to cost.
And Rigetti Park. I mean, I think my concern would be, so development impact fees, are they going to pay for what it is right now versus later? We've seen that not necessarily come out, so I just would worry a little bit about that. But I mean, I'm open to whatever that looks like. Yeah. City Manager.
That was a fascinating process in my head, especially given the hour. I was trying hard to, I think that's something we should look at and evaluate. In my mind, that could be something like an in lieu fee program, kind of similar to our inclusionary or affordable housing program. But there's a lot of nuances in there, I'm sure, related to the different laws that apply to that type of work. But it is something that I think would warrant an analysis exactly for the reasons that you're giving, assuming that's the council's interested in us doing that work. I think it would be well worth our effort to look at it as an option.
Thank you. Did you want to attempt to summarize?
I will attempt to summarize. I will make apologies beforehand on this. I will also thank you all because this was a lengthy and very in-depth and very technical item. So thank you all for your contributions and the perspective. So that is helpful for staff. And I do think we will be returning to you with a couple different options in front of this. I don't think this is a one and done, that we're coming back with a final recommendation on this. So I do think we will have to dig into some of these ideas and bring something back on this. I think there is what I'm hearing, and I'm not going to use the term majority or anything like that because it is a study session, but I am hearing some sentiment that on study item 1, it has that we are hearing direction to most likely keep that in place, and we're trending towards something that looks kind of like 3 with a little more onus. And again, these are very soft terms that I'm using here, but I think a little more onus on those known poor and failed laterals that are determined at the time of inspection. So I think why I want to have some clarification that I am hearing some sentiment on that is because one of the next steps on item 2 is that we would proceed to the Planning Commission and then come back to council on December 2nd with the update of that capacity constrained area reflecting what we saw in that. So I'm kind of hearing a yes on coming back on the 2nd for that, but I really want to check in.
So I feel like we have some answers for the capacity constrained areas map being updated, and I feel like we heard quite a bit of that here.
That's what I heard.
And my concern is we also heard we need more data. So I guess that was kind of where since we would probably have another study session here before we go further, I just want to make sure that the Planning Commission mention here is only for the map, not for the rest of the updates.
That is correct. It
Okay,
is only
I thought so. I just want to double check.
Thank you for asking that. The visit to the Planning Commission and then ultimately to council on December 2nd would only be at this point for that update to the maps.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks has a question.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, just a clarification. So going back to discussion item number 1, what I was saying about the inspections on sale that are going on, that program should continue. But if the determination is a poor or failed sewer lateral, I think the city should require that be actually either replaced or repaired or whatever you would do within a 6-month. You mentioned 6 months or perhaps a year.
Or 12, yes.
Yeah. So I think that at the point that the city has determined that the sewer lateral is either poor or certainly failed, then we need to step in and make the requirement to actually fix the problem, instead of just saying, oh, well, that's too bad, and then ignoring it, you know? I think it's an opportunity. And along with that, possibly giving a higher rebate or higher incentive. So I don't know, was that what you were saying when you were saying that you, I'm not sure, Mayor Stewart, you were saying that you approved the point of sale. Are you saying we should require that?
Not necessarily, because I feel like we don't have enough information yet on the grading of the, I guess, D and F level in a traditional A through F grading of the poor and failed. It seemed as though something that, you know, and I appreciate one of our public commenters giving that clarification of like, could we have a little more information of what is poor and what is failed? I mean, failed, I feel like we have a clear answer, but poor has some range. And so I think we wouldn't want to have some more information around that range and how poor is versus failed, or are we only talking about requiring failed in the point of sale? So that was where I was kind of not having enough clarity, and especially if you are in, or if, back to what I was asking Councilmember Boswell, so if you have a failed sewer lateral, but you're not selling, but how long do we let someone hang out with a failed pipe is part of the question too.
And I believe that's how I heard it, as well as, you know, trying to gather notes from all of the different perspectives on the dais. So thank you. I think in my summary, my attempt is to understand first the immediate deadlines that we had identified as those potential visiting planning commission and coming back with this part, but then also that secondary part of another study session where we do refine some of this more, because while I am hearing, you know, that perhaps the program continues, is that I think there is a lot of questions on the gradation on that. What does it look like for poor and failed? I think we definitely heard the need for additional outreach. How effective could the matchmaking program be, as well as, is there opportunities, again, after consulting with legal, on is there opportunities for gradations of further incentives in this program? I think we definitely heard that is something we need to dig into a little bit more to understand what that looks like. And the other one we really heard is the concept of digging into, is there another way to get at this through the utilization of almost an assessment like that? So can we look at assessment fees, having additional impact fees to see if we can somehow also put that towards the program? So I think there is some things that staff definitely needs to go back and sharpen some pencils, take another look at, dig into more, probably bring a little more information on the sewer lateral grading process, what that looks like, and define that a little bit. Also against available funding on that and the legal opportunities we have to further incentivize those folks to replace. So I think that will be summarized in our next study session. We'll be able to take something like this, narrowing these concepts down into something a little more where we have been given direction to dig in on this, and in parallel still update the existing wastewater and water element in the general plan reflective of the information in the recent flow study that we have conducted. Thank you all for your time on this. Sorry,
Thank
this was
you.
much longer.
Any last comments? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now goes for the easiest part of the night, liaison reports and communications, except for the fact that it's like a month long. So just because we were on break doesn't mean that the community was on break. So Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I'll stick to the highlights here. Back in July, had the privilege of going to the Mid-State Fair, Apprenticeship Fair, and getting to meet and talk with a bunch of local apprentices about opportunities in the community and the good work that they're doing in the trades. That was really awesome. More recently, went to Zone 9 for Vice Mayor Shoresman, and got to hear about the replacement of the stream gauge at Marsh, which is very exciting and hopefully will be done next year. Mid-Hagera project that we heard about earlier, about 62% complete, is that, yeah? And also a lot on the East Fork of Slow Creek hydraulic modeling, so we have better data about the floodplain, which is really cool to see how they were doing that and gathering all the data. Last weekend, got to attend Convivencia with Vice Mayor Shoresman. Absolutely beautiful, perfect example of our community creating and fostering relationships that are really important. It's grateful to get to participate in that. CapSlow meeting is coming up this Thursday, but have an update from Biz that actually is fairly optimistic. There were a lot of CapSlow programs that had essentially been zeroed out based on what we were hearing, and we're hearing more and more bipartisan support for a lot of the CapSlow programs. And so our Title X family planning is receiving a grant that's $150,000, and it's only a 7% reduction, which is just great in light of where we thought we were. So let's keep our fingers crossed as we move forward. And I'll end there.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, well, on July 29th, I attended the Green Business Panel discussion that was, it was put together with the Chamber and EcoSlow. It was very good. It was, I'd say it was pretty well attended, but most of the people there were already very gung-ho for green businesses. In terms of the Air Pollution Control District, the upcoming meeting is on August 25th for the Executive Committee. And the new Executive Director, Kurt Tupper, has been asking board members how we would like to hear from him and what he can do. And so I suggested that he also do weekly or monthly updates like our city manager, and I sent him one of yours as a sample, and he thinks that's a good idea. In terms of the Integrated Waste Management Authority, I missed the last meeting because I was in Stockholm, but Michelle Shoresman attended. Did you want to give a little update on that? When you talk, okay. Good. The RAC meeting is coming up on September 3rd, so I haven't been, I don't know what's on the agenda for that. I did want to mention that I've been invited to join a group that the law school, San Luis Obispo College of Law, is organizing along with Stephanie Medina to explore the idea of a community mediation center that would also be centered at the law school and modeled on the one that's done in Monterey. So I'm going to be a member of that advisory group. And hopefully we're trying to fill the gap that has occurred when Wilshire just suddenly collapsed on us. And so the mediation program that the city has had is we don't have access to that right now. So the law school is trying to put together what they're calling a community mediation center. And also, besides the law school, and there's also a need for the small claims courts. They send the litigants out into the hall to settle their differences with a mediator, but now there's no mediator to go with them. So the courts are also hurting in this case. So that meeting is coming up on the 28th of August, and I'm hoping that something positive will come out of it. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Shoresman.
Thank you. Yes, I'll just hit the highlights too, because like you said, Mayor, just because it was a month since our last meeting doesn't mean anything hasn't been happening. So there was a lot, and I stepped in for the mayor a couple of times with proclamations for KCBX. Let's see, on July 26th at the Octagon Barn, they had a big 50th anniversary celebration, recognizing their 50th year, and had a concert and food trucks and all sorts of fun. And so it was a kick to be able to recognize them with a proclamation at their event. I also attended, as Councilmember Mark said, the IWMA meeting on her behalf. And it was actually a remarkably short meeting, at least the public part of it. There was about a 45-minute closed session, but the first part of the meeting was pretty short, and we approved some new staff for them and an HR consultant to do some of their HR activities, because they're a pretty small team. I think they have 5 or 6 staff, so they are subcontracting out their HR. But one of the interesting things that they talked about was Cal Recycle coming to the county September 15th through the 19th to do inspections of how we're operating in all our jurisdictions in terms of their requirements. And also some really interesting information about inhalant canisters of nitrous oxide and recycling of those, and how they are apparently becoming quite an issue because people are abusing them, and they can cause quite large problems if they end up in the landfill. So, and many jurisdictions are actually considering banning the sale of these canisters because for health and safety reasons. So I found that to be pretty interesting. As Councilmember Francis said, I also attended the Convivencia celebration and read them the proclamation, and that was such an honor. It was a lovely, lovely event with lots of people all just living, walking the talk of being welcoming and inclusive and living our values as a city. Also attended the Downtown Slow board meeting last week, and there are 3 more concerts in the plaza, so make sure you check those out on the upcoming Friday nights. And there was Damon Castillo this last week, so that was, he never disappoints. And then I attended the last Monday meetup of the summer at Duval Ranch Park, not yesterday, but this past Monday. So good times, and I'll end it there.
Thank you. Councilmember Boswell.
Yeah, thank you. Just a few things. I attended the LAFCO meeting on July 17th. We had an item on there for, if you recall, the Slack and Hathaway, the Cal Poly, the right-of-way issue with Cal Poly, and so that affects our sphere of influence technically, which LAFCO has to approve, but I think that agenda item took about 5 minutes. Easy, so that was good. In and out there pretty quickly. It's canceled coming up this week. And then there was an Airport Land Use Commission meeting. The previous one, we didn't have an agenda item on it though. And the current one coming up this week, we also do not have an agenda item on. I was able to attend Downtown Association Board meeting with Vice Mayor Shoresman. Since I'm the alternate, I figured I better go before she throws me fully into service. So I did that. It was interesting, some interesting discussion, particularly about loading zones and some issues with their loading zones. So probably hear more about that from our parking folks at some point. And then I've been doing, I think I mentioned before this summer, I'm trying to make sure I get out and see all of our facilities. And it struck me today, after a conversation I had today, because I did a wharf tour, Mid-High project tour, and I also was talking with parking folks, getting an update on the garage. And I realized that sometime around January or February, we're going to cut the ribbons on about $200 million worth of capital projects. They're all going to kind of finish around the same time, which is quite something. So a lot to celebrate soon. So that's very exciting. That's all I have.
That's awesome and absolutely true. Kind of thinking about it all at once is a little mind-blowing. Yeah, so in the midst of the Gifford fire, I had already had arranged a trip to go on the ride along with SLO Fire Department. So it was kind of interesting because that had been long in the making, and thank you, City Clerk, for helping me organize all that. But I will say that it was actually really amazing to go on the trip with our firefighters, kind of just seeing them help our community all along. I got to hold someone's dog and cat as they are in a horrible situation, in an accident, help someone who's going through some other medical things. Our firefighters are there for people in some of the most challenging moments, whether it's in a fire or in the medical, and I just really appreciate that. Back in July, attended the Cal City statewide board meeting. So that was a pretty intense conversation because we chose our new president, or I guess, incoming president, second vice president. There's all these layers, and so that's a pretty big deal. We'll have potentially our next member from San Jose as one of our very upcoming presidents. We also had a tough conversation around diversity, and it was honestly one of the best conversations we could have ever had. I was really honored to be part of a board like this that could have a really difficult conversation and figure out how do we get through the history and racism of the past, but also how do we move forward in the present and in the future. And it was beautifully done. I also went to the French Park Monday meetup last month. Councilmember Boswell and I had the tree committee interviews, which obviously we got to vote in carry today. And I've been doing some more walking and e-biking around town. I'm really trying to get some better understanding as to how things are working or not working with our slow in motion and our processes. Also got to go to the battery energy storage site in Moss Landing, and that was through PG&E. They have a local leaders program. They provided us lunch, and then we all met there and got to do a tour. It was very interesting. Also, unfortunately, got to see the site next to it where the Vistra fire had happened, and kind of how they have updated and learned and made sure that that wouldn't happen there. And right there in that site where Moss Landing is, there's about 20% of the energy of California happens right there. So that was really interesting, as we have 9%, they have 20%, all in this very short period, short mileage. So as the crow flies anyway. Councilmember Marks and I have been having conversations around the Greek life, and along with City Manager McDonald and a few other staff members, we'll be bringing that back, of course, in September, but it's been very thorough conversations. I had a meeting with the ASI president this week, and we'll be meeting with the officers tomorrow. So trying to figure out how the students come into this conversation as well. And that's beyond just the fraternity Greek life St. Patrick's Day, but just as a whole, how are we neighbors together? Because we all live in this community together. So some really good conversations. Lastly, met with SLOMA, Museum of Art, last week, I think it was, and had some conversations about how they hope to expand in the future, and lots to come that could be very interesting and also a little pricey, but here we go. So, and lastly, how can I forget this? SLOCOG, sorry, the SLO SLO County Council of Governments, really trying to put our brains together around senior transportation back to Wilshire. 271 rides a month gone. And so hopefully there'll be some ways to expand some other nearby volunteer ride programs that could hopefully help our seniors. And definitely the top number one, almost 60%, is medical rides. So if we can't get our seniors to the doctor, to the hospital, this is a problem. So then we escalate into automatically hitting the ambulance. Doesn't make a lot of sense. So we really have to figure out how to come together as a county and help kind of fill the gap in a sense. And that's going to be a really interesting conversation as we continue. So that is the end of a little SLOCOG and senior transportation. More to come in the next couple of months. Well, we've made it out here before 10 o'clock. I will say 9:56. We did it. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for the really deep conversation, and we'll see you back here on Vice Mayor's birthday, September 2nd at 5:30.